Post up there for a little while, and then I'm just gonna go to Union Station. But yeah, but I'm gonna try and give all the regulars a chance to be mod. So I'll switch people around here and there as time goes on. It'd be pretty cool. You know, since people are just regular in here, we're all like pretty chill, so might as well. Even though the chat really doesn't need mods, but I think it's pretty cool. Numbered, I know, right? High cross here. You know, it's a good idea. Just give everybody a chance. And plus, not a lot of people like to be mods anyways, you know? Jesse, what up? Enjoying the content? Yeah, exactly, right? And I appreciate that. Jean Clay, what up? I was all the way up there. Dogs right there. Marvelous Jesus, what up? Yeah, they were so enjoying it. Come on, guy. You got it, you got it, you got it. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got it. Nice looking dogs. Let me see. Yeah, they're right there still. In this dually right here. Or no, wait, actually, yeah, they're there. Hello. Omar, what up? Stop what? I don't know, I think they should have just like painted a little bit more right there instead of just stopping right there. Yeah, I know. So far that was one. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot more. All right, guys. There's no Ballard pizza, but we have a Ballard tamale right here, guys. It's gonna be a fiesta for a freaking rat tonight. Perfectionist. Nah. No one around. You are. I mean, I think it's probably a little normal, you know? But yeah, this place got trashed though the other day. Some guy just left his bike right there. That is not a good spot. Anonymous Lens bike. That one right there. They're saying what happened to a shack. Hey, what did happen to that thing? It's a nice bike. 600. Oh, they did? What? Crazy. Demoed? I know, right? Did they actually do that though? They pushed it over? Was anybody inside? No one inside, dang, unfortunately. Oh, there he is right there. More people right here. Yeah, 400, right? I said little 600. That thing was way too small for a 600. I don't know what I'm thinking. That's the trade, I know, right? So I guess they parked that out there for like a deterrent. I had a 600, an 05 600, and then an 08 650. If I find some pictures, I'll post some pictures up. That guy looks bored as hell. I think it was a parallel twin. That was a Ninja 650. Yeah, and then it was a Kawasaki ZZR 600. Yeah, one was a 4, one was a 2, a parallel twin. But it was cool because the 05 was still carbureted. It was like an older style Ninja. It was like a 90s style Ninja, but they renamed it ZZR. Oh yeah, the wall's gone. The wall's completely... Well, actually, there's one little message right there. But besides that, everything repainted. Yeah, like that, like a naked looking bike. It was pretty nice, but it kind of on the heavy side. I definitely like the 600. A lot more premium. You know, like all aluminum, you know, nicer wheels, aluminum frame. Yeah, that one night everybody was tapping on the windows. It was crazy. They're going crazy in there. Oh, Turkey, Istanbul, Turkey. That's pretty dope. Pulled in the wrong side. Oh, someone was coming out. Hollywood. Change maybe? Yeah, huh? Santa Ana, nice. Yeah, back. Man, it lost complete signal. It's crazy. I went too far up. Maybe the towers got burned up there or something. But it completely F, so I just ended it. I was going back down, but once the stream it starts buffering, there's no saving it. I noticed that there's no saving. You just gotta restart. a whip show and a protest. What is that? Yeah, it was, huh? But man, the mood, my mood changed though, like quick though. Like going up there, I was kind of worried. I was like, am I gonna devastation? You know, that's the whole point of coming here, you know. And I was getting worried. Like I was like, oh, it's an L, big ass L stream. And then once I reached the neighborhood, I felt so bad for those people. Man, I got kind of like sad for him. Look back in, nice. Appreciate that. This guy. Man, you live in a nice area. You have those mountains right there. That's like a nice scenic view right there. That's definitely a chill spot right there. Yeah, definitely, Teresa. Freaking heartbreaking. A lot of devastation. A lot of mourning the loss of their home, the belongings, everything. Yeah, I seen this one video of a guy. He had a video going on, like vlogging not the progress, man, what am I trying to say? You know, like the fire is getting closer to him, and you could just see in the background, it was just lit up fires. And then like the next update, his home was just the foundation. It's crazy. Yeah, beautiful mountains right there. Yeah, if anything, I'll link his channel. I watched it January, like I think it was like a week after it happened. Yeah, it was pretty sad. And you can see him like with his family. With his family inside the living room, they're just chilling. And then they finally had to leave. When they go back, it was just ash. It is peaceful, right? I noticed that as soon as I was up there, I was just like, man, you can hear like everything. It's just so calm up there. Place to live, I bet. Well, this is more of an e-bike. I'm not really getting the exercise like a cyclist, but riding a bike is it's pretty nice. It's a nice hobby. And then the one guy, he said he lived around there. He said 9,000 homes gone. All right, we got a van right here. I think it's a van. It didn't seem like that many. I could probably count about 6. But then again, I only went like 4 or 5 blocks into it, so not a lot. Everything was just like, there were signs everywhere saying not for sale, not for sale, private property, violators, blah, blah, blah. Like, they don't want people on the property. The live Pasadena again. I don't know, that would be pretty cool. Like Old Town Pasadena. Pretty nice right there. I could go up there again. This was contaminated. Oh, for sure. A lot of trees. A lot of trees died. A lot of plants died. All I just seen were like dead trees. That's the only thing I was like basically remaining. Shrubs and bushes. Pretty much poison. Your dog friend. Any dogs? Oh, that's cool. Damn, this thing got beat to hell. Look at this, guys. No, yeah, I actually heard about that. Supposedly, Gavin Newsom, right? Like, didn't he say something about the Palisades? He wanted to buy land over there. Man, everybody has their eyes on that. Take some hits for sure. The roof timmer's down. Dang, what the hell? I'm gonna go around the block. I'll come back around this way. Yo, what up? What up? I have a bunch of glass right here. And these tires are paper thin. Yo, appreciate that. Little baby, reminds me of my boy. Oops. That guy was looking at something pretty interesting. Yo, appreciate that. W's in the chat, guys. Yo, can't you see? Right. They think they're the only ones on Earth. Oh, thank you for the vibe. Jeff. Now, where are they landing? I guess he lands right there. What is that? Mod Ranch. Why you keep talking about mods? Membership. Yeah, that was probably Neil or Saw. Yeah, they did a lot of gift membership, so W to them. You could appreciate them. Or pillows. Yeah, YouTube, they throw out suggestions, like suggested questions. And it's always like weird questions, so. For me, I think only one. Yo, thanks for the gift of memberships. W Neil. W Tamale right here. Yo, appreciate that. Bro. Carol, Linda, Pips. Yeah, Tamale's right there. It's a red one too. Yeah, LA. See what flavor it is? Yeah, it's red, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna be it's beef, right? It's in beef red. And like pork is green. Like 1 year. Nice. That's Ukraine. Nah, it's like a red salsa. Like a red salsa, and then like it's boiled. Yeah, I want to go to LA. Right now, yeah, you should visit. You'll like it. Like we had a nice day today. Let me see what the weather was. Well, earlier it was 73 in South Pasadena, but it was 83 degrees today of a high. Like, oh yeah, homesick. Maybe tomato. I think it's like tomato with like red chili. Yeah, it's pretty easy. Scooters in the chat, guys. Scooters in the chat. Yo, appreciate that, dog mom. That's rush hour right now. That was a train I took up there. Pretty smooth ride. Damn. Flowers is chilling. Car lasts forever in LA. Yeah, no, it's just you know, low humidity, no salt, no ice or snow. Yeah, nothing. Last time it snowed, it was like, I think, the mid 50s. You know, like the surrounding areas, you know, it snows like up in the mountains and stuff. All right, guys, these are two and one right here. Snowed in, dang, yeah, I know. C8, what up? -8, dang. Yeah, trip order. Yeah, that's definitely a lot. That's like enough to get you can get stuck though. You can't even make it down the street if they don't plow it. It's gonna get stuck all in the grill, everything. Lose traction. And you get stickers, tag number on LA. Fix the gates. Which ones? These? Repasting. I think that's legal. You could do that. Oh yeah, that's right. The arms, right? No. Let me see. They were broken off, right? That's actually a good question. No, they're still broke. Those little arm things. From SoCal. The mountains, huh? No pillows. It's just a little peg now. It's those things, right, that have them. Or is that mechanism? Red cameras, dang. Right there. Still missing, I know. And the little shack though, the guard shack is gone. Somebody said that they flipped it. One or two pillows. Just one. Up the stairs. Oh, hell no. These things are little tires. They're 16-inch tires. Maybe like a dirt bike with like 21-inch wheels, 21-inch tire. It's a sidewalk. Yeah, the sidewalks are all jacked. Tonkan, what up? Yeah, I'm gonna head back to the station, guys. Well, it was pretty hectic the other day, though. Antagra. No, I haven't seen that. Steady. People's in the head. What? It's crazy. I got a guy. All right, guys, I'm ending it right there. It was a pretty interesting stream earlier, man. So much devastation up there. Feel really bad for those people. I'll look it up on YouTube. All right, Jesse, Scooter, Turkey. Yeah, so you guys have a good night. I'll be live tomorrow. I'll just, let me see, what am I gonna do? You guys will see. But yeah, you guys take care. Thanks for the donations, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for smashing the like. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
One IRGC drone. The Islamic Republic have decided to launch another drone towards USS Abraham Lincoln. We've also had massive issues with the Islamic Republic ships and boats trying to intercept the American tankers. Things are escalating. The Islamic Republic Parliament in Tehran are now calling for the end of the negotiations with the US that was supposed to be on Friday. Everything is happening at the same time. This is the live ongoing developments. We're going to get your reaction as usual. And now, first things first, let's start with what's been happening over the last few hours in general, because firstly, you had the weird explosion, which we'll get to in a second, but US Navy did warn, the CENTCOM did warn the IRGC over the last few days, don't play around. Don't come around USS Abraham Lincoln, the aircraft carrier, or any of our assets. Don't be suspicious. The Islamic Republic said, we don't care. They send their drones, and now they found out. The second drone is now on its way. Meanwhile, earlier today, we had a bit of a situation in Tehran, to the western part of the capital. Jannat Abad marketplace, a massive shopping center, a mysterious explosion, a huge fire. The Islamic Republic don't have an explanation. This was the scenes earlier. Look at that. Chaos broke out. Now, following this, we had some reaction from the authorities, the emergency services, that said everything is fine, it happens, basically another gas leak. Gaslighting the public by claiming this is a gas leak, but a lot of people are still quite suspicious on what happened. Could this be an inside job to blame it on the anti-IRGC Iranians, to blame it on the Israelis and the Americans, basically the enemies of the Islamic Republic? Let's go to another angle. Now, some information that we have about the drone that we talked about earlier. This was an Islamic Republic Shahid 139 drone that was flying towards USS Abraham Lincoln. It was shot down by an F-35 US fighter jet. So they didn't even use the on-the-ground air defense system. So they actually used an F-35 to go and bring it down. But right now, as we speak, there is a security escalation inside Iran. In the capital, we are now getting more updates, and not just from Tehran, but also other cities like Mashhad. First, let's go to Tehran. Drones being sighted over the skies in District 22 of the capital, and the sound of air defense system. Clearly, again, another air defense drill being happening in Tehran as they are getting ready. But one thing, we're actually going to show you guys the situation in Mashhad as well. But before we do that, I think we also have another video from the shopping center, and also I'm going to show you a photo of before and after of what happened, what it looked like beforehand and what it looks like now. That is insane, by the way. That's not a normal fire. That's not just a random arson or accidental fire happening in a major marketplace. But having said that, apparently the F-35s are being activated again. They basically hunt down all the drones. Doesn't really matter how many drones the IRGC try to launch towards USS Abraham Lincoln. It's not really the safest thing to do. But as things escalate, the regime are split in Iran. So you have those who are pushing for diplomacy, you have those who are pushing for instant war, and you have those who are pushing for kind of buying time and distracting and stalling. The parliament decided, while the government itself were begging the Americans for negotiations, the parliament and parliamentarians decided to burn the American flag and start chanting "Death to America" again. Boring. It's like every Tuesday. Boring. What is this? It's embarrassing. Death to America. It's so childish. But they've been doing that regularly, right? Now, the problem is that the parliamentarians are getting a little bit too loud. We're going to go to some of the footage that we received from earlier on from the Iranian parliament. Before we do that, that's not safe. What are you doing? Oh dear. Anyway. Okay. So that's apparently a thing now. Meanwhile, before we get to the next update from what's happening inside the Iranian parliament, the UK Maritime Trade Operations issued a massive advisory, 00126, warning of suspicious activity in the Straits of Hormuz. This was a couple of hours ago. A commercial vessel was repeatedly hailed on a VHF radio by several small armed boats by the Islamic Republic, demanding it to stop. The ship ignored the calls and continued throughout the inbound traffic lane, and this is in the northern parts of Oman. Then we discovered what was actually happening. We had 6 Islamic Republic gunboats trying to F around to find out. They approached a United States tanker in the Strait of Hormuz and ordered it to stop. They wanted to hijack the US vessel. And the tanker obviously ignored the call, which is good, increased its speed, and was later escorted by a US warship in the Middle East. So one of the reasons that the US tanker felt confident was simply because the United States military are all over the place right now. They literally have covered all bases near the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. It doesn't really matter. So if a few tiny gunboats by the IRGC try to stop you, to try to hijack you, you just ignore it. Just keep going, pick up the phone, get the US military to come and keep you safe. Going back to Parliament in Tehran, I can't take this one seriously, but the parliamentarians, including Amir Hossein Sabati, are now calling for the end of negotiations with the United States and urging the government in Iran to do a preemptive attack on both Israel and the US bases in the region. Let's go and see what's going on.
مسئله بعد تذکرم خطاب به دستگاه دیپلماسی کشور هستش که اصلا معلوم نیست چطور تصمیم گیری میکنه. شما از مذاکرات قبلی در عمان چه خیری دیدید که حالا دل بستید به مذاکرات در ترکیه؟ اصلا یکی به جواب ما رو بده. مگه دفعه قبلی شما وسط مذاکره نبودید که بمبارون کردن کشور رو؟ برای چی دوباره اون خطای راهبردی رو تکرار میکنید؟ چه امتیازی میخواید بدید؟ چه میخواید بدهید که در برابر اون جنگ نشه؟ امروز مردم ایران منتظر حمله پیش دستانه به اسرائیل و پایگاه آمریکا در منطقه هستند، نه که از موضع ضعف باشید برید اونجا دوباره مذاکره بکنید. چی میخواید بدید؟ چه چیزی میخواید بگیرید؟ این راهبرد غلط رو اصلاح بکنید. نکته بعدی خطاب به حسن روحانی است که دوباره برگشته گفته اصلاحات جزئی فایده نداره، باید اصلاحات بزرگ انجام بشه. حرف درستیه. بزرگترین اصلاح رو امروز قوه قضاییه باید انجام بده و امثال تو رو که کشور رو 8 سال به ضعف کشوندن برخورد بکنه. اگر امثال تو با اون ترک فعلا، با اون سوء تدبیرها امروز پشت میله زندان بودن، کشور در این نقطه قرار نمی گرفت. من از قوه قضاییه میخوام اصلاح بزرگ رو شروع کنه، بره سراغ کله گنده هایی که سالهای سال با ترک فعل، با سوء تدبیر کشور رو به این نقطه رسوندن، ضعیف کردن و امروز سر شده و خوابهای دیگری برای آینده خودشون میبینن. خواهش میکنم اصلاح بزرگ رو از برخورد با این افراد شروع بکنید و نتیجهش رو هم در اتحاد ملی ببینید.
He's having a complete meltdown. This is embarrassing stuff by the parliamentarians in Tehran. Obviously, this is the same idiots who just chant death to America, burn the American flag inside the parliamentary chamber. It's bad. It's not a good look, guys. Come on, grow up. Having said that, the Islamic Republic have new demands. Yes. So on the one hand, they want to cancel the talks. On the other hand, they have now decided to say that we need to change the location. We don't want to go to Turkey anymore. We want to go to Oman. Okay, so we are 3 days away from the negotiations, right? Which are pointless talks. It doesn't really matter. Let them talk, even if they do talk, which at this point is unlikely they even start. Let them negotiate. Let them even sign a deal on nuclear. It doesn't really change anything. It doesn't really save the regime. It doesn't do anything. Let them do it. But the Islamic Republic have demanded to change. They don't want to go to Turkey. They want to go to Oman. And they also say that instead of talks featuring several Arab countries, they want to have bilateral format only with the Americans. This is a terrible, terrible idea. This is not good. And I'm giving you an advice, Khamenei and your team. This is a terrible idea. The only reason that you guys are even able to have this potential discussion on Friday and de-escalation, well, until now, because we're seeing escalation, was because the Persian Gulf Arab countries saved you. Countries like Qatar and all the others got involved and say, it's okay, we will mediate. And now you're saying, let's go to Oman and we will talk to the Americans directly. You can't negotiate with the Americans directly. Think about this. Just sit down and think this is a terrible idea. Basically, this means, as things stand, even if they do meet in Oman, let's just say if President Trump says yes to Oman, because this could just be an excuse to cancel the talks. If they sit down with the Americans, nothing's going to get done because both sides have crazy red lines against each other. Neither side is going to say yes anyway. You're just wasting everybody's time. Meanwhile, the USS George H.W. Bush has now left the naval station in Norfolk. It's now obviously part of the Carrier Strike Group 10. They are now moving towards the region. But we will get more information on this. This is the latest massive vessel that has now been deployed as well. But meanwhile, the Islamic Republic Navy are also trying their best to be seen as strong and stable. So, the Islamic Navy of Iran have allegedly successfully tested this stealth Abu Mahdi submarine missile with a 2,600 kilometer range, which means, theoretically speaking, the USS Abraham Lincoln is within the range. They could hit wherever they want. Now, are they actually stupid enough to try this? Are they? Firstly, will this even work? Was it just one single test to basically send a message that, look, we got things, we got secret things. Yeah, we only had one, we tested it, but we got things. Don't worry, we got a lot of things. Or are they telling the truth? The Israelis, meanwhile, the Israeli government and the intelligence are now assessing that the chances of negotiations between the United States and the Islamic Republic succeeding is as close to zero. And I think this is very optimistic by the Israelis. I think as things stand, the potential success of the talks between the US and the IRGC is -5. It's not even close to zero. But if they want to waste each other's times, let them do it. Right now, over the last 10 minutes, we can confirm that the meeting between Steve Witkoff and Netanyahu has ended. So Steve Witkoff, the US negotiator, went to Israel earlier on, had a 3-hour meeting with the Israelis before they even start talking with the Islamic Republic. The whole point is that the Israelis are going to use this meeting to tell Witkoff, don't bother, it's not going to work. We're not going to say yes to any of this. So the message is this: we warn the Americans that the Iranians will violate any agreement and that there is no point in trying to reach one. They will not dismantle their nuclear and missile capabilities, and the Iranians are trying to buy time to move offensive weapons into hiding places. But that last part is obviously is a clear tactic by the Islamic Republic. That's not even some sort of secret thing. And surely the Americans obviously are aware. What the Islamic Republic have been doing over the last few minutes when it comes to drone activity, it doesn't help the situation. And of course with their gunboats trying to hijack a massive US vessel. And in the middle of all this, Should we go back to Parliament? Because that's the comedy gold of everything that's happening right now. Let's go back to Tehran, the so-called fake plastic parliament of the Islamic Republic. Because the deputy speaker of the Iranian parliament has now said that in about a month, guys, we have 1 month. 1 month deadline. They say in about a month, we will recite the funeral prayer for President Trump, the United States, and their allies. Yeah, I'm not joking. It says, get ready for the funeral of Trump.
و در 22 اسفند ماه روز قدس یک بار دیگر پیمان خودشون رو با امامت و ولایت محکم خواهند کرد و فاتحه توطئه‌گر و فتنه‌گر و آمریکا و همه هم پیمانان اونها رو خواهند خواند.
Oh, why? Why are you doing this? I could just watch the Islamic Republic Parliament all day. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. It's the best sitcom. They don't even. It's unironically, it's actually the funniest thing you could see. They need to have a live feed like BBC Parliament in the UK where you could just watch Parliament all day. That would be the funniest thing ever. Anyway, while that's happening, there are issues, serious problems. Firstly, going back to the problem of the shopping center in Jannatabad, this is the before and after image. Look how huge that building is, right? And solid.
Good.
The whole thing is now destroyed. Within minutes. You can't tell me that was an accident. You can't even tell me that was just a random arsonist.
No matter if you're interested.
This was planned. Now, whether this was an inside job by the regime to pretend that they are the victims, they are under attack, so this is an excuse for them to do more crazy things, or whether these are the... I don't know why it's in the interest of the anti-IRGC Iranians to do this. I don't think they are behind it, because why would they hit somewhere like that? It's still more likely it's an inside job. 230 stores have now been fully burned down. This is people's businesses and livelihoods. All that's gone. Now, as I said, we are also dealing with intense air defense activities in Iran. I think we can go to Sanandaj. Yeah. Sound of massive explosions in the vicinity. Let's just go and see what we're dealing with. Yeah, they seem to be relentless, obviously. And they continue with their air defense drills and everything else that is happening. And people are panicking because it's not like the 12-day war, before the 12-day war. With everything, with the uprising, and since then, every time people are trying to go to sleep and they hear an explosion, they panic. It's not really a good time to live in Iran anyway. And you have this to deal with on top of it, the Islamic Republic using their own territory near residential areas to do crazy nonsense. Now, some update about the US military deployments as well. Overnight flights departing from Biggs Air Force. Where is it? That's Fort Bliss, yeah. Fort Bliss, which is the home of the US Navy patriot air and missile defense. So everything that's being deployed now, again, they are in addition to the existing defense capabilities for the Americans in the Middle East. So, more flights, 34 flights actually from Fort Hood, and 6 others, 4 from Fort Bliss and 6 others from elsewhere, on their way towards the Middle East. They're going to Jordan with 13 flights going to Jordan, and 8 flights going to Saudi Arabia, and the others going to Kuwait and Bahrain and Qatar. So almost every single country is going to get more defense capabilities thanks to the Americans. But we're going to keep an eye on the deployment of the defense capabilities towards the Middle East, which is still going on, obviously. The Islamic Republic's space agency, yes, they have a space agency. They actually have a space agency, which doesn't do much apart from launching failed satellites. They are now saying that Hataf 3 satellite could now be launched on a Seymour rocket by March. Now, capabilities tests between the satellite and launcher are now ongoing. They want to basically be seen as the dominators of the airspace and the actual space in general. Nobody really cares about this. What we're mostly worried about is what's happening between China and the Islamic Republic with all these cargoes and planes going back and forth. Because we have another Boeing 747 cargo aircraft from Iran, which was registration EPSIH. This is for the SEPA or the IRGC, en route again towards China. They are clearly going there to pick things up, to bring it back to Iran. This has been going on for the last 2-3 weeks now. Most of the things, the speculations are that the Chinese are also providing the Islamic Republic with defense capabilities. Well, we hope so, because if it's more offensive weapons, then China will be in massive trouble with President Trump. Now, defections also continue inside the regime in the middle of all this chaos, which is not really a good look. We can now confirm senior Iranian diplomat Gholam Reza Derikvand, who was in charge of the relations of the Iranian embassy in Austria, has now defected and decided to seek political asylum in Switzerland. He's now the second one after the other thing that we had, the other guy recently. What was he? The Ali Reza Hukumabad, who was the ambassador, well, the diplomat in the United Nations building in Geneva. He also defected, and we now have this guy, Gholam Reza, who has also defected. More of these guys are packing their bags, running away. It's not worth it. Just give it up. It's over. Game over. Try again later. Now, CENTCOM are not too happy with the Islamic Republic. Central Command a few days ago gave a warning to the Islamic Republic not to play around in the Middle East with the drones and all the other nonsense. They didn't listen. They launched one drone earlier, got shot down, and we have some update, by the way. It's just coming. But first we have to give you guys, I cannot believe I'm about to say this, but before we do that, the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Bradley Cooper, has now said that continued Iranian harassment and threats in international waters and airspace will not be tolerated. Now, this is a diplomatic way of saying, how dare you? But in reality, we might see some action by the Americans against the IRGC. Now, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Islamic Republic of Iran, over the last few minutes, have decided to launch another drone towards USS Abraham Lincoln. Why? Why would you do this? I don't understand. Firstly, you're just wasting your drones. You do realize what's going to happen. They're going to get shot down. The F-35s are flying around. They're going to shoot it down again. They're not cheap drones. They're not from Timu. Well, perhaps they are. But so they're wasting their drones again. More drones being launched towards USS Abraham Lincoln to F around to then find out. We're getting more updates from inside the country as well. Mashhad. Several explosions and gunfire was heard. This is near Boronsi barracks in Mashhad. As in, yeah, it is, yeah. Khatab Al-Anbiya Air Base. This is basically the air defense hub for the IRGC. Let's quickly go to Mashhad.
بشین از بیا از این
Bam. So that's still going on.
بشین از بیا از این
Yeah, now, absolute lunatics right now, the Islamic Republic. We're going to keep an eye on the flight radar while we're here, and I'm going to get your reaction because we're getting more updates from the Middle East, especially the US military. But I think there's another drone. That might be the US one, but I'm just going to quickly bring this up for you guys while we're here. What is wrong with these people? All right, so what are we dealing with? Firstly, that is the... Oh, that's Russia. That's the Russian aircraft, military aircraft in Iran. I don't know where they're going, but okay. This is a little American drone. Yes. It's the Shield bats. And then, where is the Iranian one gone now? I think, did they shoot it down? It was here. Where is the other drone? Oh, it's not looking good for the Islamic Republic, unless they basically decided to run away. Yeah, for now, it's going to have the US drone up here until we find out where the other drone has gone now. Another Shahed drone by the IRGC. Anyway, crazy people doing crazy things. And some reaction. I can't believe no space lasers or shotgun shells versus drones. No electronic jamming. F-35 too expensive. Yeah, a little bit, but I think they wanted to send a message. Don't. What happened to the map? Well, that's not good. Everything disappeared. Haven't the IRGC learned from the Russian to not play with cigarettes? 50 years of tolerating this garbage is quite enough, I think. Yeah, a little bit. Especially if you're American, it must be quite frustrating when you've been dealing with this for some time. Apart from the Iranians themselves, Iran's MP is being chosen from nursing home, from the asylum. Absolute crazy people. Take the coffee away from that man. Oh, the MP. Oh my God. You can't have a full-on meltdown on national TV in the middle of Parliament. It's embarrassing. What would your mother say? Thank you for super stickers. The way they burned that paper flag. Donald Trump, watch out. Why can't they burn a proper flag? Just get a flag from Amazon and then burn it. You can't reason with people whose cornbread ain't done in the middle. Don't know what that says. And what are your thoughts on Islamic extremists all over the US and Europe doing something united in the name of the IRGC? We've talked about that many times. Yeah, they're going to go boom, boom, boom a few times. But most of the extremists in the US and Europe are Sunni. They're against the IRGC. They're not Shia. So they're like ISIS or Al-Qaeda, that sort of mentality. They also hate the IRGC. The Europeans and the Americans are doing a good job right now. They have started to deport the IRGC Shia militants from their countries. The only country that's not doing it is the United Kingdom. So those who are in Britain are in a bit of danger, but those in Europe and the US and Canada, you guys are fine. Mostly. Of course, there was a gas leak. That's what happens when you destroy the gas pipes. That was not a gas leak. Of all gas leaks that we've had, fake ones and real ones, what happened today, that was not a gas leak. Children playing with matches is never good. Thank you so much for your excellent reports. My hubby and I watch each night. I'm a 2CTV Plus member, praying for the Iranian people from Oregon, US. Thank you so much for the support. You can also become a member of 2CTV Plus by scanning that QR code or just visit 2c.tv. You get full access to our independent streaming platform, 2c.tv. All right, so I'm just going to quickly check what happened to this map. I didn't do anything, by the way. I didn't click any of the filters. It's falling apart. It's a glitch. I hate Flight Radar. It doesn't work anymore. It's fine. I'll find a way. While we do that, let's just quickly get some reaction from, I think, yes, the Americans. We can go back to Washington right now because Caroline Leavitt is about to speak, of course. Oh, she's this is gonna be fun. After CENTCOM decided to shoot down the Islamic Republic drone, this reaction, which I will bring up to you guys first. Give me a second. the press secretary in the White House, speaking just outside the White House about the range of options, I think. Just get it ready. I think we're ready, yeah. All right, let's quickly go to Caroline Levitt and see what she had to say.
These critical talks that are happening with Witkoff.
Well, look, I just spoke with Special Envoy Witkoff, and these talks, as of right now, are still scheduled. President Trump is always wanting to pursue diplomacy first, but obviously it takes two to tango. You need a willing partner to achieve diplomacy, and that's something that Special Envoy Witkoff is intent on exploring and discussing. As always, though, of course, the president has a range of options on the table with respect to Iran as commander-in-chief. I think they learned that quite well last year with the strike in Operation Midnight Hammer, which was wildly successful and obliterated their nuclear capabilities. But those talks will continue later this week as far as we're concerned right now.
You see, that's the key point. In case you haven't noticed, I did mention last night these talks about nuclear, they make no sense, because literally until minutes before the uprising started last month, the White House and the president were saying, we obliterated the nuclear capabilities. They're no longer a threat, not even an issue anymore. Suddenly, right now, out of nowhere, oh, we need to talk about nuclear. It's because it's nothing to do with nuclear. It's just an excuse right now. Because they have to basically make it seem like we are trying to have some talks. The Islamic Republic once again are not playing ball, so we're gonna have to go in. We tried our best, but the Islamic Republic is suddenly a threat again, right? Because 2 months ago, the IRGC was no longer a threat when it comes to nuclear. So President Trump, despite his social media posts a few weeks ago about, oh, the Americans, we're ready, locked and loaded to go, it can't be seen as starting a random war, right, on behalf of the Iranian people. So, especially after what happened with Iraq and Afghanistan, so he has to make it seem like, well, we need an excuse. So let's talk again, and then let it fail because the talks are not going to go well, and then we could say, well, the Iranian regime are now a threat again. So we're gonna have to launch some strikes randomly out of nowhere, right? When air defense units are on high alert, there will be trigger-happy incidents of firing at nothing. Ammo comes down on civilian areas like malls. Yeah, but there were no reports of any sort of air defense drills happening this morning around the shopping center. Trump being advised by lizard-eating Arab lovers. No, it's not. Iran will be upgrading their drones. Instead of buying from Temu, they will be buying from Amazon. That's a better idea. And okay, hold up, wait a minute, what's going on? What's going on here? What did I miss? You could rewind back to the beginning of the live stream. Just a heads up, if you do that, the live chat is not going to go back. The live chat is live. So if you leave comments, there are people who rewind to the beginning of the live stream and then they leave their reaction in the live chat. They're like, why is nobody responding to me? It's because you're like 20 minutes behind. Thank you, Annette. The regime has never felt Israel or the US attack as full force. They will shatter quickly when it happens. Yeah, I mean, even the Israelis, they did quite well, but they didn't use everything that they had last time. But this time round, I have a feeling, at least the Israeli side, might go all out, which will be until the end of the mission. Of course, there's a gas leak. The gas has chosen a side and supports the free people of Iran. Doesn't really make sense because it destroyed people's shops and businesses, but I know what you're trying to say. Marketplace was burned down by the government, inside job. They do that a lot, by the way, because in the 1970s, just before the paramilitary coup of 1979, the Islamists and the Marxists, when they were working together, the IRGC basically, they locked normal people inside the Cinema Rex. I've talked about that before. And they burned down the whole cinema. The idea was to blame it on the Shah and the government. And there were idiots at the time who believed it until the facts came out and realized, oh, that was actually Khomeini and his Islamist gang. They did that so many times. They were killing normal people on the streets because they had guns. And then they were blaming it on the king and the monarchy, which was completely chaotic. The only issue was that they thought the truth is not going to come out, but it did a few years later, and now they're in trouble. How can we find Goldie? I don't know. Find her. What happened to Goldie? Is she not around? I don't know. I'll find out. China can't be that dumb to side with this evil regime on its last leg versus the US. Yeah, they can't directly join and team up with the Islamic Republic. Obviously, indirectly they do because they are allies, but it will be stupid for the Chinese Communist Party to give offensive weapons, high-tech offensive weapons to the Islamic regime. They can give them all the air defense systems, whatever they want to do, but if they start doing that, then there will be consequences, of course. What provision is being made in the UK against IRGC counterattacks on Jewish institutions and the Iranian freedom fighters? Yes, they are fully prepared. The government and the Prime Minister are fully prepared. They have draft posts on social media, tweets, drafts. Immediately, they're on standby in case there's an attack on the Jews or whoever else in the UK. They will be posting our thoughts and prayers are with the families of victims. Stay vigilant. This is just part of living in London and Britain. So this is the provision that we have in the UK. You're going to get nice statements by our political leaders that their thoughts and prayers will be with us after the attacks. But no other provision. You're on your own. Oh God, it's back. The drone is back. Hang on. I really hope my flight radar works again. It does fall apart every now and then. Is it back? Hang on. Please be back. Yes, it's back. Okay, let me just check. Where is the drone? I don't see the drone. Hang on. Gonna check it first before. What's the code again? SEB2501. It keeps disappearing. You can't do this to me. Hang on. I'll put it on screen when I find it. Right now it doesn't help. Anything? I'm trying to go back to playback. I don't see it. But for now, we'll put it on the screen just in case it appears again. There we go. Just keep an eye on that. If you see the drone, let me know. Okay. Congrats. Donations have surpassed the GDP of Iran. Nice. Super sticker from Martin, thank you. And we have I Trust Trump. They tried to stop our tanker with 6 gunboats. We responded. Yeah, we reported that. That's part of this live stream. I think it's like an abusive husband. If I can't have you, no one can. What aircraft was used for the drone? F-35, according to CENTCOM. USA can also hit Iran. There is just going to quickly check something while we have you guys here. The main focus right now is about what the Israelis mentioned to Witkoff, the US negotiator, saying that we obviously don't bother with the negotiations. We now have an assessment. Apparently, President Trump is holding firm on the 4 core demands, which is not going to get anywhere. In case you don't know, these so-called negotiations that are supposed to be happening on Friday in Istanbul, but the Islamic Republic don't want it to happen. They want to, well, half of them want to cancel. The other half want to move it to Oman. And they want to do it directly with the Americans, so no Arab mediators. Terrible idea. The Americans have 4 crucial red lines. No nuclear, no ballistic missiles, end the support and funding for the proxies. That is literally the whole point of the Islamic Republic. Without the proxies, there's no IRGC. And release the political prisoners and stop killing people on the streets. None of them will be accepted by the Islamic Republic. The only 2 that could be semi-accepted is if they get fully desperate, they will say, fine, we will stop the nuclear program, limited, extremely limited, and we will also limit the the production of the ballistic missiles, because in reality what they want to do is they can do it in secret. Underground bunkers, they can still develop it. Both nuclear and ballistic missiles. But they can lie to the Americans, say, yeah, sure, we'll agree on both ballistic missiles and nuclear. They can't say yes to the end of support for proxies. They can't say yes to the end of the suppression of the Iranian protesters. They can't do any of that. That's literally suicide for the Islamic regime. So the way things stand, these talks, meaningless, waste of time, let them talk, it won't get anywhere. We're going to keep you guys posted. It's going to be a long evening, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media. Well, we have some breaking news coming from the Middle East, specifically in Iran, as we've now had multiple explosions in Tehran. There's a power outage in several cities across the country, and the Islamic Republic of Iran continue to threaten the United States when it comes to the upcoming negotiations. They are still saying that we may pull out over the next 2-3 days. It's all completely childish at this point. We're going to give you guys the latest update, a number of videos coming in from Iran as well. Protests have resumed again in smaller parts. Of course, these are the guerrilla campaigns that we are seeing by the Iranian people in the dark as they continue their uprising. We're going to get your reaction. Firstly, thank you so much for all the support and love. We are now very close to 1,400,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. Now, first things first, we had a couple of mysterious earthquakes happening, all right next to sensitive government and military bases. This time in Tabriz, technically 79 kilometers to the west of the city. Magnitude was 4.3. Local time 10:31 p.m. Then we started getting updates about another earthquake, which I'll get to in a second. But we have now power outage in several major cities from Tehran, Esfahan, Mashhad, Shiraz, and Tabriz. The claim by the Islamic Republic state media is that this could be a possible cyber attack. They don't want to obviously take any responsibility, but we don't exactly know what is causing the power outage, because over the last few months, over the last year or so, we've already had major problems, just naturally speaking, when it comes to the infrastructure of Iran. But something might be happening when it comes to sabotage. The Americans did talk about one of the options on the table weeks ago being, before any potential airstrike or attack, we might start seeing some cyber attacks. Now, this doesn't really guarantee that this were the Americans. It could just be the anti-IRGC Iranian activists, or it could just be the whole infrastructure of the system is falling apart anyway. That's why we are seeing power outage again across the country. We're also getting unconfirmed reports of the second earthquake, this time in Ahvaz, in the southern part of the country, southwest. I'm just going to get more confirmation on this, more details before obviously giving you guys all the information about it. But as I said, the protests have also resumed in smaller parts. People are trying their best to, again, we have a video I'm going to show you in a second, burning the posters of the IRGC again as usual, and banners. First things first, I'm going to show you this situation with Tehran, the capital. Yet another explosion in Tehran south. Smoke being seen in the sky, following a round of fire. Fire trucks are obviously on their way. This was about an hour ago. Given the date. Yeah. So it gave the date and said that this is Tehran south. And there was another guy saying they're hitting. Then there's no evidence of anybody hitting yet. And then he said firefighters are on their way to contain the fire. So Then we started getting more updates. A reporter for Manotor, which is an Iranian media outlet outside of Iran, it's for the diaspora, basically the anti-Islamic Republic media. This reporter sent a video from the capital saying apparently they are shooting, people are honking their horns, the protests have started again. But there seems to be a bit of a confusion in terms of the gunfire that's been heard. We don't know if this was the air defense drill or actual gunfire.
اعتراضات شروع شده، تیراندازی دارن میکنن، مردم دارن بوق میزنن، نمیدونم جلو چه اتفاقی افتاده، یه عالمه تیراندازی شد.
Saying they were shooting at people were honking their horns, we don't know what's going on.
صدای داد بود، آره صدای داد منم شنیدم.
People were screaming.
نمیدونم چی شد.
Yeah, she doesn't know exactly what happened,
میدونم اعتراضات شروع شده.
but she heard people's screaming and chanting, and of course something that sounded like gunfire. Now again, we don't have the confirmation. This is the reporter for Manotor, but it could have been the air defense drill being activated again. We'll find out. Meanwhile, protesters, the anti-IRGC Iranians continue their protests. They're setting fire to the Islamic Republic banner while chanting "Long live the King." This is in Yazd today, 3rd of February. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the resistance is still pretty much alive in Iran. Apparently somebody's spamming. Who is spamming? Someone called Jesus is copy and pasting. If you copy and paste, you know what's gonna happen to you? Oh yeah, is that the guy who's saying Jesus? Wait, where's the rest of it then? I'm trying to figure out if they're actually copy and pasting or not. I did see one comment mentioning Jesus for some reason, but maybe there was a shock in blasphemy. Jesus! Now, that aside, let me just quickly give you guys the information about... one second. There we go. The information about the security inside the Islamic Republic. The IRGC security channels associated with the regime themselves are publishing footage of allegedly a test flight of the new attack helicopters that are received by Russia, from Russia. They are made in Russia, obviously, the Mi-28NE attack helicopters. They are saying that the Islamic Republic have now received these attack helicopters from Russia, and they've arrived today. The video that we showed you guys, the beginning of this one, this is from today, showing the Russian helicopters being flown in Iran. Now, one thing is clear, there's been a lot of equipment that's been sent by both China and Russia. Unofficially, both sides have essentially sent a message to the Americans saying that if we ever send anything, it's going to be the defense capabilities, nothing in terms of offensive weapons. But I mean, attack helicopter is a bit of a gray area. I mean, it's got the word attack in the name, but you can use the helicopter for different things as well. So I think they might try to say, well, Iran was just buying things from us. It's not really a good look, especially as the negotiations over the Ukraine war is also a little bit tense as usual. But we'll figure out what the reaction is going to be from the White House on this bit of a juicy scandal in terms of the relationship between Russia and the Islamic Republic. Meanwhile, the Iranians in the United States, they continue their protests just like the Iranian diaspora across the world. And just to show you the level of the difference between the pro-Palestinian side and the Iranian side. Of course, the Iranians across the world, they have integrated in the societies, they contribute to the countries that are hosting them, they're paying their taxes. Let's go to this girl, who is in America, talking about what they're doing.
Okay. What are you doing here?
Protesting what the difference between free Palestine, whatever that is, and free Iran is. Police. We love the police.
We love the police.
We love security. We love America. We love Iran. We hate Islam and we hate terrorists.
Yes,
And we don't know what Palestine is because it doesn't exist.
exactly.
My favorite line was at the end. We don't know what Palestine is because it doesn't exist. It's not even real. What is the point of this? In the White House, journalists and reporters once again asked stupid questions from the president over the last few minutes, repetitive questions. Of course, they're going to get repetitive answers from President Trump on the issue of the nuclear talks and negotiations. Let's quickly go to the White House.
Where will they be, and what do you need to hear from Iran?
They are negotiating. They'd like to do something, and we'll see if something is going to be done. They had a chance to do something a while ago, and it didn't work out, and we did Midnight Hammer. I don't think they want that happening again, but they would like to negotiate. We are negotiating with them right now. Yes.
Mr. President, where will the meeting be? It seems like
I
it's
can't tell
changing.
you that. Mr. President. There's more than one meeting. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, how is
So, firstly, on the issue of where will the meeting be, and he said, I can't tell you that. He had to then add, there will be more than one meeting. That's primarily because there's another republic that's trying to drag everybody all the way from Turkey to Oman. And on the issue of the way the president repeats the same thing, this is the usual tactic again, because on the one hand, he's trying to sound vague, just like back in June, saying, yeah, we were talking, but if they don't do it, if they don't do what I tell them to do, bad things will happen. Meanwhile, they are briefing the media indirectly, the White House, that yeah, we're not really interested in doing any strikes on the Islamic Republic. So that is the messaging that is going to the Islamic Republic to drag them to the negotiating table. So that is why it's a carrot and sticks, but it's in a more obvious way. But the thing is, this could be seen as double bluff or triple bluff. The IRGC don't know how to deal with Trump. It's so unpredictable that even if you think he's unpredictable, he's still unpredictable. It's very difficult to read him. He's still keeping all his cards close to his chest. But the Islamic Republic need to understand that you are being trapped again. Their own parliamentarians, as we showed you, their own MPs, they know this. They've been talking about this, as I showed you in the video in the previous live stream. They said to the government, to their own government, why are you falling for this? And I also explained that the issue of the nuclear stuff, that wasn't really a big deal anymore 2 months ago. Until now, suddenly. 2 months ago, President Trump was still repeating the same line. Oh, we destroyed their nuclear program, doesn't exist anymore, they are no longer a threat. Uprising happens. President Trump wanted to attack, then he had to change his mind because they were not ready. It was just going to be a couple of airstrikes, not really good enough in order to defeat the IRGC. Suddenly, he said, nuclear. Yeah, let's negotiate over nuclear. Oh, so suddenly nuclear is an issue. So this is just a distraction. It doesn't matter. As I've been repeatedly saying over the last couple of days, these negotiations are pointless, meaningless. Let them talk. Even if they sign a deal over nuclear, let them do it. Doesn't change anything. Because at the end of the day, afterwards, the enemies of the Islamic Republic, so Israel and the US, will still go back to them saying, oh yeah, so by the way, we got the nuclear deal. You've still been a bit of a dictator. The Islamic Republic should not fall for this trap. But they are idiots, so they are falling for this trap. Did they not realize that nobody was talking about nuclear and suddenly President Trump wants to talk about that issue? If this were a negotiation over saving the Islamic Republic, then that would be worrying. Absolutely. Because that's exactly what basically Barack Obama did. Because it wasn't just about nuclear, it was also about giving money to the IRGC. Joe Biden did the same thing. So there's a whole difference between what these negotiations are, and because of the nature, let them talk. Firstly, even the start of negotiations might not even happen because we now have the Islamic Republic still sending mixed signals, which is hilarious, because I think they think they're doing what Trump is doing. The IRGC now continue to say over the last 6 hours that we may still withdraw from the negotiations with the United States. Now, there is a lot of pressure from inside the regime to actually do it. So it's not necessarily a bluff. or a threat. There is the radical faction close to Khamenei who don't want to do it because they know it's a waste of time. They know they're going to get trapped. But on the other hand, they need to buy some time so the negotiations could still happen on Friday anyway. But at the same time, it doesn't matter. Let them talk. Let them even sign a deal. Doesn't change anything. These negotiations are irrelevant. They're not even about the real problem. They're not even about the survival or the existence of the Islamic Republic. Let them talk. Nothing will change. And of course, this would simply just give more ammunition to both the Americans and the Israelis to then say, when the whole thing falls apart, because they're not going to sign the deal, to then say, oh, suddenly we believe that the IRGC is a threat again, so we're going to have to go hit them. It's a perfect excuse. The Americans continue to say, we are not moving away from our 4 demands, the red lines. No nuclear, no ballistic missiles, end to the proxies like Hezbollah and Houthis and Hamas, and not going to happen, and also stop oppressing your people. That last one alone is not going to be on the table. The IRGC are not going to say yes to that. They're not going to introduce democracy and freedom in Iran. It's just going to defeat the whole purpose. So I don't know why they're even bothering. Apart from the fact that, as I said, they think they are buying time. Fine, buy some time. Move your dangerous offensive weapons. Prepare your defensive capabilities. At the end of the day, that's still not going to save the regime, because the regime is already falling apart anyway from within. With or without a war, the regime is falling. There are rumors that Khamenei has fled to Moscow. Is that true? No, absolutely not. He will not leave Iran. Reports that say the USS George H.W. Bush supercarrier has left Norfolk Naval Base about an hour ago. No, that was 6 hours ago, and we reported it first on 2C TV. Yeah, not an hour ago. That was ages ago, as we mentioned earlier. YouTube is a dirty, rotten piece of garbage. Good to know. All leftists are traitors and terrorists. Not all of them, but some. Why are we seeing so many Russian military planes around the Middle East in the last few days? For the obvious reasons, because the Russian expansionists obviously are not going to allow Moscow to lose complete influence. They've been building the empire over the last couple of decades. They've already lost Syria. That's been embarrassing for the Russians. They've also lost parts of Central Africa. China also lost parts of Central Africa. It's been embarrassing for both of them. And even though the Americans, they have their bases in the allied countries, the Persian Gulf Arab countries, but the American influence has also been withdrawn anyway from Afghanistan and Syria. Mostly they were in parts of Syria. But at the same time, that vacuum was filled by Russia and China, but they're also being pushed out. And once Iran is free, then Russia and China are going to find it very difficult to expand their empires against the American empire. So it's going to be fascinating, the effects of the fall of the regime in Iran when it comes to geopolitics, because it's not really just about Iran, it's not really just about the Middle East either. Is Trump deploying an beach assault landing ships as the Gulf? They haven't told me. They don't really share that information with me, unfortunately. But we haven't received any information on that publicly either, paratroopers or anything like that. But we do know that they've been still deploying more personnel, as well as equipment and fighter jets, but mostly defense capabilities. So the air defense systems and everything else, mostly towards the Mediterranean side to protect Israel. It's clear that the IRGC is laughably weak. Unfortunately, the idiots, weaklings have the weapons. This whole thing is painful to watch. The thing is, what makes nothing makes the IRGC dangerous. They're not dangerous in that sense. They are a threat, but they're not effective as an enemy, but directly speaking. But what makes this fight tricky is the country, which is Iran. The land itself makes it very tricky. It's a huge land with lots of different types of land. You got mountains, we got this, we got that. They got a lot of underground bunkers and tunnel networks and everything else. It makes it tricky in terms of wiping them out and dragging them out. If this were a small country, tiny area, you could just go bomb the place and just target the IRGC and that's it. It doesn't really work that way when it comes to Iran. And while you're trying to find them, they can still basically launch missiles, launch drones, or whatever else they have. So they will be destructive. And they will still cause damage. They won't win. You can't defeat the American empire. It's impossible. But they can still cause enough damage, especially to Israel and to the Iranian people and to the US bases. Not to a point, as I say, not to a point where they will be victorious, but just enough to cause enough damage. It makes it a little bit annoying. Retired US Army senior officer. The explosions of bombs set by Iranians, trade by Mossad, CIA, and US. Yeah, so there's no guarantee, but we do know, there's no evidence, but we do know that Mossad operatives and CIA operatives have been helping the Iranians over the last year or so. I mean, the last few years, but especially the last year, especially since the October 7th. And we also do know that the network of the anti-IRGC Iranians organically have also become strong enough anyway. But it's unlikely that all explosions are that, because the explosion at the shopping center, the shopping complex that we had, it makes no sense why the Iranians would do it and would target that, because about 200-300 businesses and shops were burned down. They tend to target the regime sites. And but at the same time, this could be an inside job by the regime in general. Bring up the helicopter picture again. It has the flat tire. Love you, Maya, from Houston, Texas. Did it? Should we bring it up? Was it just one of the images? Hang on. Also, it will be helpful to get rid of Ali Khamenei's face. It's not the best face, is it? Hang on, let's quickly go back to the Russian attack helicopter. Which image? Hang on. Oh. You think you mean that one? Priorities to have a look at that image. Anyway, unless there's another one. Hang on. I think you just mean that one. Yeah, I think you talk about that one. Flat tire. Anyway, drone attempt on carrier. War has begun. Yeah, that was 5 hours ago. As we reported, there are more Iranians dead than Israel killed Gaza and civilians. You mean Hamas? Hamas and civilians. IRGC targeted them. Yes. So, in terms of the number of people getting killed at the same time, it's been the most astonishingly evil effort by the Islamic Republic compared to any other regime, any other conflict in terms of the 48-hour space of time that we had. But we still don't know the exact number, and it could still be much higher than what we think. Should USA go full send? But the only way is they do need to first. They have to be different waves of attacks. So cyber attacks are a good start. Then you need to paralyze the bases and the leadership, wipe out the leadership, destroy the bases, target all the missile launchers and the air defense systems, then continue. So what was happening during the 12-day war would just continue. And then you're going to have to send some special forces in to target individuals, specific individuals, whether it's a supreme leader or people close to him, to either extract them or to eliminate them. But that part of the mission is more complicated compared to just doing airstrikes. Thank you to CTV for the truth. I hope everyone can stay safe at this time. Javid Shah, I hope so too. Thank you, Robert. What is there speculated to be in these defensive deliveries? Modern air weapons are the only effective defense. The anti-aircraft. I mean, they're not going to clarify exactly what it is, because the Islamic Republic have also been going around claiming that they have some secret weapons. I mean, they might, but we've also seen their public weapons. They're not the best. So, but wouldn't that be seen almost direct attack on the US? Yes. So that's why Russia already publicly withdrew their support, saying we're not going to directly help the Islamic Republic fight Americans, because That's a bit of a warm war between Russia and the United States. My fear is that they gave the demand list with all these requests so they can eventually settle on some of the points. For example, stopping uranium enrichment, and both sides will claim they won. Yeah, and I hope they do it. Negotiate and sign the nuclear deal. Do it. I would love it. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. It's just a nuclear deal. It doesn't mean anything. Firstly, the Islamic Republic, if they want to continue enriching uranium secretly, like before, they can do it anyway. And yeah, both sides could say we won. Doesn't change the fact that the Islamic Republic is still falling. Doesn't change the fact that people in Iran still want them dead. Doesn't change the fact that the Israelis still want to destroy them. The nuclear deal is meaningless. Let them do it. Let them talk. How long can the Iranian people hold on waiting for Trump? Well, they've been waiting for 47 years. It is a million times worse over there now. They need help yesterday. Yeah, on an emotional level, yeah, obviously, on a more kind of illogical and irrational way, and we're all humans, we have emotions, then yeah, they needed help 47 years ago. They needed help after the 2 days that we had the massacres, obviously. But that's not really how geopolitics works. So the reality of the situation is people in Iran, they've been dealing with a lot of bad things over the last few decades, but over the last month it's been much worse. There's a lot of depression around, but there's also a lot of fire. There's a lot of people who are ready to come back out on the streets. But they also know that the regime is falling. They can see what's going on the ground. It's not like China in 1989, 1990, where they massacred people who are against communism, and then they basically became stronger. That's not really what's going on in Iran anymore. You don't really have that scenario where the regime is winning and they just killed a lot of people and now they're strong and they're going to be oppressing people for the next 50 years. It's gone. It's over. This is the end. So people in Iran, everyone I'm speaking to, obviously everybody knows someone who's been dead or kidnapped, but they also know that this is the end. Thank you. Stay safe. I'm not Iranian, but march with protesters here in Sydney. Palestinians threatened us, and when regime jersey making noise. Yeah, same in London, Australia, and the UK. Similarities. Did you see the 2 drones creating symbol message on the flight radar? Yeah, yesterday. There was this thing. I don't know. It did look a bit dodgy. So basically, the American drones were flying around, and then the route, it basically spelled in Persian attack, and I don't know. It wasn't quite clear, but it could have been. They might have just been trolling the IRGC as usual. Hi, what will be plan B if the US negotiates with some oil deal with the regime? My fear is that that can happen. Great job on coverage, praying for Iranians. Yeah, I think the Islamic Republic, the thing is, some of the so-called moderates and reformists might offer an oil deal. The fundamentalist, Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, and his side will have a complete meltdown. But if they try to, that will be a problem. If there is any oil involved in the deal, then yes, that could save the regime. If it's just about nuclear and ballistic missiles, doesn't really matter. But if it means that the Islamic Republic could make money, then yes, that will be bad and that could save the regime. And there are some elements in the Islamic Republic who would, in a desperate way, try to offer that, some sort of oil access to the Americans, but that would completely undermine the existence of the Islamic Republic since 1979. Giving a tiny bit of oil directly to America will destroy the legacy of Khamenei and Khomeini and everybody. The whole point of the Islamic occupation and the paramilitary coup in 79 was to completely cut the Americans off when it comes to oil access. So if they want to do that, while on paper it looks bad that, oh, they're going to make money, they might survive, it could also destroy them from within by their own people. So whatever's going on is a lose-lose for the IRGC anyway, in the long run, medium term basically. I've been sitting here waiting for you to join the friendly match in eFootball for a week. What are you waiting for, mate? Send the message. You can send the message and I will reply on PlayStation. So yeah, if you're already friends, send me a message. Also, add me if you haven't. I will destroy you on eFootball. And change area for Pahlavi. I just realized, saw the rest of the message. Israeli Persians infiltrated and are helping Iran. What about the rest of the Iranians? They don't exist, just the Persians. If Chinese and Russian hardware doesn't perform well in Iran, it's going to be embarrassing for them. No, well, it hasn't also performed in Ukraine, so I'm not really concerned about anything that's been sent by Russia and China in general. If you haven't already mentioned it, how is the food and water situation? Everything is very expensive, and a lot of people are just doing things basically DIY. And my own dad, basically just they make bread at home instead of buying bread. So it's not the best situation. Inflation is absolutely out of control anyway, but also in terms of shortage. Even if you try to save some money to buy chicken, depending on where you live, it will be difficult to get things because inflation and the energy crisis and everything else is affecting everybody, including farmers. And if farmers can't work, supermarkets can't work, people can't eat, and nobody can work. And right now there's a bit of a complete limbo in terms of the economy and society in general. And that's why they know that this is the point of no return. They just have to basically keep taking it because it's also affecting the regime in general. Everybody is suffering, including the IRGC. Terry Evans, tell my country to do something. My country, the UK, supports the IRGC. Keir Starmer considers Ali Khamenei a close friend. That last bit is not true, but yes, the UK continues to support the Islamic Republic. But Starmer doesn't consider Khamenei as a close friend. They haven't met actually before in life, even on the Epstein Island. So someone needs to tell Trump it's time to fish or cut bait. It's past time to rumble. Oh, this is just the beginning, guys. It's just the beginning. I put money on things going down in Feb. Kind of weird going to sleep hoping to be woken up by a siren. Good night from Israel. But again, the main crisis is the fact that, and we've showed you some of the people from the regime, some of them have already defected anyway. We also had another one, another diplomat who defected earlier today from, I want to say Austria. Was it Austria or Netherlands? Austria. And but the messages from the IRGC Basij members were, they're also not paying us. We don't have money to pay our rent. We don't have money to eat food. And the one thing that the Islamic Republic had for about 46 years was the strength to feed their own members, to pay them a lot of money. Even if they die, they will basically pay their families for life because you're a martyr. And there's no money left. Even their own members are running out. The Hezbollah wing of the IRGC in Lebanon, they're also not receiving money anymore. They have to be self-sufficient, which is not really a good idea because they don't really have the highest IQ, Hezbollah of Lebanon, to even try to find a way to make money. And the Houthis, you know, they're still using fax machines, so you can't really expect them to be pioneers. So it's a bit of a difficult time for the IRGC, and my thoughts and prayers go out. Do you think that the murderers of the protesters will face trial? At this point, no, because they will be dead. They will be a little bit too dead to stand trial. Anything that the Russians gave them can't be that good as they are being slammed in the war with Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest problems. That you remember what happened to all the tanks, the Russian tanks. It was embarrassing. And then they started getting drones from Iran, the Shahed drones, who kept malfunctioning. They're like, hit the target. No, it's going to hit the ground instead. Stop getting drones from Iran. What are you thinking, Putin? But both sides try to give each other nonsensical equipment, both the Islamic Republic and Russia. I'm not really sure why that's still happening. Come on, guys. Be better as allies. Anyway, we'll keep you guys posted. We're trying to get more information about the reaction from the Islamic Republic on these Friday talks, because they're still trying to drag them to Oman or withdraw. They're going to have to talk anyway. They have no other option. Subscribe to the channel. We're almost at 1,400,000 subscribers. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.
With that, let's take it to the KTVU studios in Oakland, where Mike Meebeck and Claudine Wong are standing by with two political experts for analysis and reaction. Take it away, guys.
All right. Thank you, Greg. And from public safety to housing affordability, homelessness, and education, you have just seen and heard from 7 of the gubernatorial candidates on some of the major issues playing a role in this year's election. Welcome back. I'm Claudine Wong at the KTVU studios in Jack London Square.
And I'm Mike Meebeck. So the debate is over. What are the main takeaways? Who won the debate? We'll get to our panel in just a moment, but we're also asking you at home what you've been thinking of the debate since we began.
Yeah. Well, our candidates are just walking off the stage right now, and we're going to check in with them in just a bit. We've got our own Betty Yu standing by there, and we'll talk to those candidates as they're coming off. Let's welcome in our panel right now as we get a look at really how this debate went. We have Melissa Michelson with us here, and of course, we have Jasmine Canick, who is down in Los Angeles as well. Both of you here to give us your take really on how this really went for everyone. Melissa Michelson, you're the Dean of Arts and Sciences and Political Science at Menlo College. And Jasmine, of course, political strategist and delegate for the LA County Democratic Party. So, Melissa, let's start with you. How do we think this went? Did the candidates achieve what they wanted to achieve when they walked onto that stage tonight?
I think some of them did. Some of them very clearly came in with an assignment and delivered, put themselves out there, made a case for themselves, distinguished themselves, especially for the Democrats, from the rest of the field.
Is there a winner for you?
Of the folks that were on the stage tonight, I think Matt Nahan did very well, but I think also Steve Hilton did very well. I think it's going to really hurt Chad Bianco that he wasn't there tonight, and I think for Republicans who listened to the debate tonight, they might be thinking, well, maybe Steve Hilton is the one I want. He is not a Democrat, as he said multiple times. And then among the Democrats, the assignment for all of them was to distinguish themselves. And, you know, at the end, they were trying to answer that question. How do you distinguish yourself? And many of them talked about being ready to go on day one. This is no place for job training. You got to be a fighter. But if you all say the same thing, you're not distinguishing yourself. And I felt like Matt Nahan overall did the best at saying, I have a unique vision I'm bringing forward, and one that resonated. Antonio Villaraigosa also had a unique message talking about the balance between Republicans and Democrats in the state, but I don't know that that's going to help him distinguish himself among Democrats.
All right, let's go to Los Angeles. Jasmine Koenig. Jasmine, you're a little disappointed at intermission. Your thoughts at the end of the debate. Who do you think took the W?
I don't know if I have a clear winner, but what I will say is I think that, you know, nearly half of the folks here in the state of California are registered Democrats. And if you're a Democrat and you were watching the debate tonight, you're trying to figure out which one of the candidates sort of aligns with your morals and your values and issues that you think are important. If you want to see ICE abolished, if you tend to lean more progressive, you might have been feeling Tom Steyer or even Tony Thurmond more than some of the other candidates, right? If you were a little bit, if you're a little bit more moderate and you were looking for someone who was sort of down the middle, then one of the other candidates probably appealed to you. Hilton definitely stood out there alone because he was the only Republican there. And so, you know, clearly he represented for his party, but, you know, almost the majority, almost half of the majority of the folks here in the state of California are Democrats. And so really, it was up to the Democrats to distinguish themselves and to not sound like each other, but a lot of them did sound like
And let me just say that because we've been asking viewers at home your best impression, and Hilton was getting the majority of it, with Mahan right behind him, not right behind him, but behind him in second, mainly because, as we've been talking about, Democrats are just split. You know, they're taking all the votes, so we'll see what happens.
And so, Jasmine and Melissa, we're going to get to all the issues that we have been talking about in just a moment. We want to go right now, though, to Betty Yu, who is standing by at the debate stage with some of the candidates walking off the stage. Betty.
That's right, Claudine. I'm with the candidates, and we are getting their first reactions right now after the debate just wrapped moments ago. I'm with Mr. Superintendent. How did it go for you tonight?
I thought it went well. This is a great airing for the voters to be able to see and hear the candidates. And in a very crowded race, gives them an opportunity to see what differentiates us, like me talking about building 2 million housing units over the next 4 years. And so I thought it was a great show and a great opportunity. Thank you to everyone at the affiliates for hosting tonight's debate.
Mr. Thurmond, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And next, I'm joined by Antonio, as you prefer to be called.
Yes, that's my name.
How are you feeling just moments after this debate wrapped up tonight?
Oh, great. Look, most of us are Democrat. We agree on a whole lot. But I think it's important to have a different viewpoint. So I was glad that Steve Hilton is here. We don't have to agree on anything, but I think what we want more and more, and if you heard some of the people yelling, we want civility in our politics. We want people that bring us together, that celebrate what we have in common, and acknowledge that there are differences from time to time. So I enjoyed it, but I think we all got to remember that civility is important in our body politic.
Yeah, we certainly saw moments of unity on stage tonight. Thank you so much for your time. Mr. Steyer.
Call me Tom.
Tom, why should voters consider tonight a win for you?
I thought I did something that nobody else did tonight, which I said I will bring $15 to $20 billion for education and health care to the people of California without charging them a penny. And I said I will take on the special interests because nobody can buy me. I've always taken them on before, and I've always won. And we need a governor who will stand up for working families across the state.
Tom, thank you so much for sharing your initial thoughts with us.
Thank you very much.
Betty Yee, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
How are you feeling about tonight's debate?
I feel good. I feel that there was really an engaged audience, certainly here in the theater, and I hope with the viewers out throughout California as well. It's a wide open race, and so I'm very happy that people took the time to be here tonight. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us.
Of course, thank you.
And right now we have Mr. Hilton. Thank you so much for your time. Great to see you. You talked a lot about your differences tonight. What stood out to you the most?
So I was the only non-Democrat on stage tonight, and so I think it was important to show people that we don't have to put up with things as they are in California. We need change. It's 16 years of one-party rule by the Democrats. And I was laying out a positive, practical alternative, how we can get costs down, $3 gas, cut your electric bills in half, your first $100,000 tax-free, a home you can afford to buy, practical things to make life better for Californians after these 16 years where we've ended up with the highest poverty in America, the highest unemployment rate, the highest cost of living. We've got to change. And my role is an outsider. I've never run for office before. This is the first debate I've ever done. I'm pleased to say that the first poll that came out had me winning, 75%. So it's going well. We got some energy and momentum, and I really enjoyed tonight's debate.
Thank you so much for sharing your initial thoughts and that momentum and participating in the debate tonight.
Happy to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there you have it. We are trying to get Mayor Mahan for his initial thoughts. Mayor, Betty Yu, nice to meet you. We wanted to get your initial thoughts on tonight's debate. How did it go for you?
Well, I enjoyed being part of the conversation, and look, I'm just going to tell the truth on the issues. People in politics often give easy answers. I think people deserve real answers about how we address the incredibly high cost of living we have, our crisis of addiction and mental illness, and high energy costs that are nearly twice the cost of bills in the rest of the country. So it's really about focus and accountability and delivering for people, just like we're doing in San Jose. We've been leading the way on public safety, reducing homelessness, we're building housing again, and the entire state really needs that kind of vision.
Mayor, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts tonight and participating in our debate.
Appreciate it.
Well, those, Mike and Claudine, are some initial reactions, how all the candidates sized up tonight's debate. Of course, we'll have more insight and analysis on our show later on tonight.
All right, Betty Yu, thank you for that quick spin room in terms of how they are feeling about this. It's interesting, and we want to get your take on it. Steve Hilton's feeling pretty good about it. He was the only Republican on stage, so a little bit easier, I think, for him to differentiate himself. We do have a little bit of from actually when he was on the stage, and the person he actually talked most about was the other Republican who wasn't there yet or wasn't participating, Chad Bianco, who had a scheduling conflict, couldn't be on there. I wonder if we can play a little bit of that and to talk about how he focused on that. Let's listen in.
My Republican colleague, Chad Bianco, is not here tonight to face these Democrats or his record. In 2020, during the Black Lives Matter riots, he took a knee when told to by BLM. Now he says he was praying.
All right. Jasmine, we'll get your thoughts on that, and Melissa will get your thoughts on that. Really quickly, we have to go back to Betty Yu because she has Becerra with her, and Javier Becerra, we want to make sure we get his thoughts.
Mr. Secretary, we just wanted to get your initial thoughts on how this debate went tonight for you.
Anytime you can get all the candidates, or many of them, together, especially in a community like this that doesn't always get to see who the next governor will be, that's great. I think we should do these forums in communities that have always been left behind, because these are the folks who have to believe in their leaders. So, great. We all answered the questions. We were pretty civil. Most importantly, we were in a community that doesn't always get to see who the next governor of California will be.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. I would agree it was largely civil, with the exception of a couple of boos during tonight's debate. Thank you so much for your time.
We need that more, and hopefully the public will get a better understanding who the candidates are, and then we'll make a good choice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Claudine and Mike, will send it back to you. Those are the first thoughts fresh off the debate tonight on the stage.
All right, Betty, thank you for that. And when you look at someone like Javier Becerra, Jasmine, you see experience. And then you see Steve Hilton. You see the newcomer. What do you think of Steve Hilton in this race moving forward, especially since we just ran that soundbite?
Okay, so I'm going to go to your soundbite, and this is me and my whole heart and chest. That is not my problem. I do not care if him and Chad Bianco fight. I'm a Democrat. That is not my problem. That is not my business. They can fight all they want to. Clearly, the man is going to stand out on a stage full of Democrats, not to mention the fact he has an accent, okay? So he set himself apart, and he was, he tried to be witty, and he spoke to his base. But his base is not my base. And him arguing with Chad has nothing at all to do with Democrats. We don't care.
You know who else is a newcomer, too? When you look at that stage, is Matt Mahan. He's 43 years old. He was a city councilman for 2 years before becoming mayor. I mean, does he have a chance, to win? And I know, Jasmine, you said it'd be tough for a mayor of San Jose to go down south and campaign and win votes. But to you, Melissa, can that happen for the mayor of San Jose? Does he have a shot?
He absolutely has a shot, and I think we've seen similar things happen in other races, maybe not quite on the scale of a governor, but Zohran Mamdani just won the mayor's race in New York City. I think that tells you that somebody with limited experience, fairly young, can get elected to a big job if people believe in him. And I think we're seeing in the viewer responses to the polls, a lot of folks are thinking that Matt Mahan did very well tonight. And I agree. So I think that shows you that it's possible.
And Hilton focused on Bianco, but he also focused on Mahan, and that kind of back and forth. Steyer went back and forth with Mahan as well. And so it's an interesting thing that as the newcomer, I mean, he just got in this race literally days ago.
But that's evidence that people know he's a threat.
Already,
you don't attack people who aren't a threat. They're not attacking folks who they think, oh, they're going to drop off. I don't have to worry about them, but I want to make sure I get this guy.
Jasmine, what about for those not on the stage? Eric Swalwell. Look, I know he said he had to be in D.C. On Capitol Hill. Katie Porter. I mean, are they in the mix, not being as...
They watching this closely? And
it's not being part of that stage?
Of course they're watching it. Their campaigns are watching it. They will probably watch it if they didn't watch it live. Did it hurt them? Probably. Probably, because voters got to hear from a stage full of candidates and they were not in the mix. So yes, it hurt them. I think people will definitely understand why Eric wasn't there, but I do not think they will understand why Porter wasn't there.
And that will be something that certainly that she might have to address and say, this is whatever scheduling conflict, this is why
I don't think people care. I don't think people care. People know Katie Porter. If you're an unknown and you're introducing yourself to the state of California, then it's going to matter, because the first impression is, well, why wasn't Porter at the debate? But people know who Katie Porter is, right? She just ran for Senate. And people, at least around here, know who Eric Swalwell is. They don't have to introduce themselves. Swalwell's got a record of being a congressman, of fighting Trump.
But will they look at it negatively if...
That they skip the debate? Not at all. People skip debates all the time. I think, 20 years ago you couldn't skip a debate. But these days, it's all about social media, and it's about, secondary coverage. And if you miss one debate,
it's about momentum as well, though, and certainly making sure in this crowded field that your name keeps popping up and that people remember you.
Right.
Because certainly decisions are going to have to be made as we get closer, right, to this primary of where you poll and
yes, but of course, Katie Porter's already doing well in the polls, right? Swalwell's already doing well in the polls, so they've already got that base. The question is, would the people who have been supporting them switch now that they've watched the debate? Usually people don't switch, right? The undecideds maybe wouldn't go for the...
There's a lot of undecideds out there. You talk about momentum, but what about money? Let me ask you about money, and I'll ask you both about this, because Tom Steyer, he ran a commercial ad during the debate, and he's been running it for a while. Jasmine, can money win Sacramento here in this race?
Money, unfortunately, still wins political campaigns. I am a fan of getting rid of the money out of campaigns and leveling the playing field, but that is not how our elections are won. And so fundraising is taking place probably right now. You've probably got 20 emails from the candidates in your email saying, I just got off the stage and I did great. Give me $20. And we will see who is able to raise the money. It's a long way from bended knee to the altar, is what I always like to say. We have a lot of folks campaigning right now, and it's a long way till Election Day, and there's a lot of money that needs to be raised by each candidate in order to be able to travel up and down this state and connect with voters.
Tom Steyer's not even raising money. He's spending his own money out of his own pocket. So, Melissa, will he be in the mix here come June?
Well, we've seen wealthy candidates try and use that money to become the governor a long time ago. Michael Huffington tried to be the governor. So we've seen other very wealthy candidates try to use their own funding to win races, and it doesn't work. It didn't work out for them because money's not a substitute for support. When people are giving you money, it's kind of like voting with money. And so if you're unable to raise money, and especially small donations from a large number of people, it shows that you don't really have that support. So yeah, you can get your name out there, you can give your message, but the fundraising is part of it. It's the money primary.
Yeah, a lot of those candidates, as you heard talking to Betty, talked about civility on the stage too. They were saying we need more civility. Some people were talking about unity, but also people want passion and strong words. It seems that voters are saying, you know, we need people to stand up and certainly take a stand, and whether you're talking about President Trump and how Democrats might feel about standing up, and Jasmine, you referenced standing up as a state of California. Antonio Villaraigosa had some strong words. I want to play a little bit of that to listen into, certainly when he's talking about ICE and things that are controversial. Let's listen to that.
I've never in my life seen ICE agents dressed from head to toe, all covered up, like the Ku Klux Klan, with assault weapons, flashbang grenades, beating up on women, children, and innocents.
Okay, so he's pulling in some very strong words, strong imaging, and comparing ICE to the KKK. Is that effective, Jasmine? Do you think that's an effective way to say, hey, I am serious about what I'm talking about here?
I mean, he said he has never seen that in his life. I think many of us can say the exact same thing. We are in a different time right now. I think what voters who care about the issue of ICE in our communities and immigration want to hear two words from a candidate on that issue. They want to hear abolish ICE. If the candidate cannot say that, they are probably going to lose some folks, because the folks who care and are the most passionate about immigration and ICE in our communities right now, they want to know that the next California governor is going to be against ICE and will and can say, let's abolish ICE.
So who was the most forceful for you in saying that?
I think I heard Superintendent Thurman say it first. I think he might have been the only one I think I heard say abolish ICE, but I heard him
He said it in his opening statement, but Tom Steyer said it right after him.
So do you feel...
Yeah, those two. So, yeah, which is why they, to me, look to be the more, if you're a progressive Democrat, you are probably paying attention to those two candidates during the debate, because they were speaking a lot of progressive language.
Do you agree, Melissa?
Yeah, absolutely. They're staking out that part of the Democratic continuum. They were definitely more on the progressive side.
I'm not going to mince words here. I'm going to make sure that you know where I stand on those issues.
Absolutely, and they gave other very progressive statements as well. And so, especially Tony Thurman, I thought was definitely, you know, and you saw it again in his closing statement, how I've lived this experience, and I'm here with you, and I'm going to come forward with those progressive.
Who won the cost of living also was heavily talked about tonight, Jasmine. A big issue for a lot of Californians out there. Did one of the candidates stand tall tonight on that very issue?
Not really, because when I look at the stage, I see a lot of folks who have done quite well for themselves. And there's a difference between remembering the struggle and governing for the struggle. And a lot of the people on the stage, while they did talk about how they grew up in their humble beginnings, are quite far removed from the struggle that most Californians are facing right now in terms of the cost of living, in terms of rent, the cost of gas, the cost of groceries. So I still think they all have some work to do in that area to be more relatable.
Yeah, Melissa, I thought gas actually got people fired up. Climate change, what was the issue that you thought really resonated the most?
There was a lot of stuff that I think people wanted to hear about, not just immigration, but housing. The housing crisis is, I think, right up there with affordability. The wildfires in Southern California, that's not something that we see in our faces here in Northern California, but for most Californians, that's right there. And it does seem like it's taking forever to rebuild those homes. So I think that, you know, that was resonating with people, that the candidates were speaking to that. And, you know, what do we got to do to get these houses built back up? And what do we do moving forward to make sure people can get insurance? Because it's not just the cost of gas, it's the cost of insurance for your home. It's the cost of healthcare insurance. It's so
this idea of real answers.
Real answers, exactly, to actual problems.
Melissa, Jasmine, we appreciate your insights, and thank you for joining us tonight for this debate that was in San Francisco this evening with 7 of the candidates on stage. Thanks to you again, Jasmine.
Yep, and whether you've been watching us on the Fox Local app, KTVU in the Bay Area, Fox 11 in Los Angeles, or Fox Soul, thanks so much for joining us. Have a great night.
The Iranians. Now they're saying this week that they actually
Yes. The least three armed sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm coming to you by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1441 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news. We have seen that U.S. forces have destroyed an Iranian drone today targeting the USS Lincoln aircraft carrier. We've also seen, in addition to that, Iran's attempted a hijacking of a U.S. tanker, a part of the U.S. Navy's tanker program. And also, Russia is now panicking as missiles have triggered a massive blackout across several different border regions. And we have massive news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 48 hours of news from around the world. But more importantly, the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we've been able to get significant breaking news over the past 24 hours of major developments within the Middle East, Eastern Europe, East Asia, the Americas, and also Western Africa, which goes against the entire thing of everything's going off in the East. But nevertheless, we have been able to hear absolutely major news over the past 24 hours, with the Islamic Republic of Iran attempting to conduct an armed attack and hijacking on the U.S. tanker in the area of the Strait of Hormuz. We have been able to hear earlier on in the day that the U.S. tanker is actually a part of the strategic support forces of the United States Navy, with 6 Iranian fast attack boats arriving near to the area of the vessel and threatening to conduct an armed attack unless the vessel diverted into Iranian waters and allowed itself to be boarded and seized by the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy. A U.S. Early Bird class guided missile destroyer then arrived in the area, confronting the Iranian Navy and escorting the ship out of the Strait of Hormuz, but showing a threatened attack and an attempted attack and hijacking on a U.S. tanker earlier in the day. Meanwhile, the United States carrier group Abraham Lincoln has actually conducted an armed attack on an Iranian drone, a Shahed 129, which attempted to enter the area of the carrier strike group's international water exclusion zone earlier today. According to information provided by U.S. CENTCOM and the Iranians, it appears that the Shahed 129 was directly fired upon by an F-35C from one of the carrier squadrons on board the USS Abraham Lincoln, leading to the complete loss of the drone and an open statement by the U.S. CENTCOM command that any continued threats of harassment and armed attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran against the USS Abraham Lincoln will be met with a full force by the carrier group and also the surrounding U.S. support forces within the area. Meanwhile, the United States is still flying in even larger amounts of support and air defenses into the area through major airlifts that have been ongoing over the past day. The Islamic Republic of Iran has also gotten us completely correct, at least with our analysis, and has already stated that they will most likely, if not guaranteed, will be backing out of the supposed talks that were supposed to happen between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran in Ankara this Friday, and have also stated that they will be looking to try and attack and kill every single U.S. service member within the area of the Middle East, and that they'll also be saying a death prayer for every single U.S. citizen within the United States of America and around the world, and they wish nothing but harm on every single group that calls themselves an American citizen, whether armed or unarmed, in the service of the Republic. The Islamic Republic of Iran has also continued more 747 flights to the area of Urumqi within western China in the Xinjiang province, as it appears that they will be getting additional material support from the People's Republic of China. The United States has also seen that the Islamic Republic of Iran is continuing to try and bolster its forces within the region, especially those of its terrorist forces, as Hezbollah within southern Lebanon, according to Israeli intelligence, appears to be poising itself for some form of armed support to the Islamic Republic of Iran if war breaks out. This has led to the state of Israel requesting that the United States of America gives them some form of a diplomatic green light for them to go ahead and start conducting preemptive strikes against southern Lebanon and the Islamic Republic of Iran due to the fact that it appears that war is a guaranteed inevitable certainty at this point in time. Meanwhile, in eastern China, we have also been able to hear that the KMT, the Kuomintang, which is a political party of the island of Taiwan, has actually hosted a joint discussion with the Chinese Communist Party today on a mainland conference, speaking that Taiwanese sovereignty should be considered illegal and should also lead to an invasion by the Chinese Communist Party into the island of Taiwan. Once again, showing that the KMT is largely trying to align itself in favor with the CCP, so that way if the Chinese invade the island of Taiwan, the KMT may become the de facto government of the semi-autonomous region that will exist on the island most likely for the next several decades. Outside of that, we have also been able to hear that the U.S. has sent a small amount of forces into Nigeria, apparently to deal with the ongoing situation within northern Nigeria. At the exact same time, the USS George H.W. Bush is now outbound from the coast of the United States of America, and after leaving the Norfolk Naval Yard just several weeks ago, and then apparently taking a journey down the southern Atlantic coast of the United States of America, we have now heard that it is apparently outbound into the greater area of the North Atlantic Ocean, for reasons that appear to be a little bit unclear for now, but also most likely pertain to the situation in Iran. Meanwhile, Germany and Poland have also announced that they have been able to see clear signs of sabotage and spying conducted by members of the Russian FSB within their armed forces and governments, as Germany has announced that a brand new Corvette was actually sabotaged with several hundred pounds of metal shavings poured into the transmission and also engine components of a brand new Corvette that was due to be decommissioned incredibly soon, which, if underway and unfound, would have led to complete engine destruction of the Corvette. Meanwhile, the Polish have also arrested a possible spy that was heavily involved in the Polish Ministry of Defense years prior and appears to still be possibly providing information to the Russian Federation. We have also heard that a drone fell onto a Polish air base just north of Warsaw earlier in the day, and the Polish Air Force also had to mobilize their Air Force and scramble them due to the ongoing Russian drone attacks that were conducted in Ukraine. The Russians appear to have possibly violated the ceasefire that the United States supposedly was able to get the Russians to agree to today, as it appears that major attacks were once again conducted on Ukrainian energy infrastructure and the city of Kyiv at large. The President of the United States states that the ceasefire has already ended, but according to all public information that we could find, it appears that we were only about 3 to 4 days into the ceasefire during the time that the Russian Federation conducted this attack. The Ukrainians are also stating that according to their information, it does appear that the Russians have clearly violated the ceasefire, and the Russian Federation is simply running interference, saying anything and everything in between. Also, the Russians have stated that if the United States attempts to build up any further forces within Greenland, the Russians will have to react and will have to conduct a full-scale war against the United States of America for trying to build up any additional forces inside of Greenland. Great friends and all, you know, the Russians. Anyways, the Ukrainians have also returned in kind the the Russian Federation's attack on their energy infrastructure overnight by completely laying waste to 3 entire oblasts of the Russian Federation along Ukraine's borders, with the Bryansk, Kursk, and Belgorod oblasts all suffering near complete blackouts in the entirety of the territorial areas that those oblasts consume. It appears that this is the largest energy blackout in terms of land volume and citizenry in Russia affected over the entirety of the war, and is also showing that the Ukrainians pose a significant strike capability into Russia that appears to be far more devastating than that of the Russians on Ukraine's energy infrastructure. The Ukrainians have also been able to hold the line today, inflicting significant casualties onto the Russian Federation armed forces and generally stopping any further advances. And we also have one incredibly large piece of news that the state of Ukraine, using a MEM-104 Patriot surface-to-air missile defense system, was able to successfully intercept and destroy a Zircon hypersonic missile, which is a full-on hypersonic missile, on film today over Kyiv, which is tremendous news.
That's a shame right there. That's a big blow to the ego for Russia that their hypersonic can get shot down by a Patriot system. That's a hell of a blow.
It is one hell of a blow, and I've heard that the Russians are apparently getting quite afraid of that, considering that even a Patriot can defeat a hypersonic missile. But nevertheless, folks, our news summary was fairly long, but chock full of information, and of course we have to make sure to get through all of this news, including the smaller stories that we weren't really able to cover in our summary, starting with our largest stories first, and then working our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And so, moving us on into the first and largest story that we've been able to hear from the day, we are going to be moving into the area of the Northern Arabian Sea. While some analysts have stated that the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group was actually moving out of the area of the Northern Arabian Sea and further on towards the area of the Indian Ocean due to the supposed decreasing of tensions between the United States and Iran, that did not appear to be accurate earlier in the day, as we did get to see on Flight Radar 24 that another U.S. Navy CMV-22B Osprey had taken off from the area of the Duqm airfield inside of Oman and had apparently flown out to the carrier to conduct some form of a supply replenishment and then flew back to Duqm just a little while later. This did confirm that the USS Abraham Lincoln was still within the area of the Northern Arabian Sea as of the early hours of this morning, quite literally the break of dawn here in the United States of America, and that the USS Abraham Lincoln appeared to have no intention to leave the area, unlike some experts and analysts were attempting to claim. This has led the Islamic Republic of Iran to try and leverage the situation more so into their favor. After that situation had been confirmed that the USS Abraham Lincoln was still within the area of the Northern Arabian Sea, later on in the day, just hours later, a U.S. tanker that was affiliated with the United States Navy support forces attempted to pass through the area of the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is a bottleneck within this area of the Arabian Sea, or the Persian Gulf, if you want to call it that. And this U.S. tanker was actually transiting out of the Persian Gulf and on into the Gulf of Oman and into the Greater Ocean. According to information that we were able to hear from U.S. CENTCOM, 6 Iranian speedboats that are, of course, a part of the Iranian Navy swarmed the vessel, surrounded it, and then demanded to be able to board and seize the vessel under the threat that if the U.S. tanker did not comply, they would attack the vessel and then forcibly board the ship to take it into Iranian waters. A U.S. guided missile destroyer, an Arleigh Burke class, highly likely from the USS Abraham Lincoln's Carrier Strike Group, responded into the area immediately and conducted an armed standoff with the speedboats of the Iranian Navy, and then escorted the vessel out of the waters of the Strait of Hormuz and on into the Northern Arabian Sea. This situation was incredibly close to becoming an armed standoff or a hostage situation, depending on how it was going to go. There has been a dozen or so instances of the Islamic Republic of Iran over the time of our news coverage here on the channel, seizing vessels and oil tankers of international countries and holding the vessel and the crew hostage within the Islamic Republic of Iran. These sorts of tactics are highly common by the Iranians, which operate as a terrorist state, in the hopes that holding these citizens hostage by the dozens, as well as a significant financial asset of a foreign country, will be able to get them some form of concessions in a negotiation by that country that they have targeted. They have done this primarily, usually to the United Kingdom, and also a couple of other countries in the past, which they believe they might be able to squeeze for some form of concessions or some form of an award, or pretty much a ransom, for the release of the hostages in the vessel. It appears that today...
It's just why would Iran, in the midst of trying to have peace talks with U.S. officials, and also knowing that the U.S. Navy is literally beating right down their doorstep, why would they choose to try to seize a U.S. oil tanker in the midst of that? And we'll get to in just a second, but not just any U.S. oil tanker. It's one that's a part of the U.S. Navy's oil tanker program, which is literally protected by the U.S. Navy. I don't even understand why they would do that unless they were just totally ignorant to the fact that it was protected by the U.S. Navy.
I think it may have been a deliberate action, and we were able to hear that this vessel, which is once again a part of the U.S. Navy's tanker security program, did not cross into Iran's international waters and remained within international seas, according to the maritime risk management group Vanguard. It seems as though this attempt today was a direct Iranian attempt to not only provoke the United States of America, but to also try and take a U.S.-flagged tanker that is generally a part of the U.S. Navy's tanker security program, which would conduct resupplies and refuelings to the Navy in the midst of an emergency situation in wartime, was attempted to be boarded and threatened with an armed attack today by what is basically a glorified speedboat. That's one of them right there.
Yeah, well, it's equipped with 50 cals. Like, 6 of these gunboats with 50 cals on them. And they just literally swarmed the tanker with these gunboats right here and said, pull over and stop the engines. It's like, what makes you think they're going to do that? Obviously, they're not going to stop the engines and be boarded. They literally have their security team within, like, arm's reach. The U.S. Navy literally showed up within the hour. So that didn't work whatsoever. And it's not like they were going to actually fire on the U.S. tanker. That would have literally started a war right then and there because the U.S. Navy was within the vicinity. So, I mean, the stupidity is off the charts with this. I don't even understand it.
Oh, by the way, Matthew, you're kind of underplaying the firepower of this boat a great deal, and I have to say that is absolutely unwarranted for you to do, to disgrace the Islamic Republic of Iran this way. You forgot that while they have the Dishka on the front of the boat, you also forgot that they have the bottle rocket launcher right above the cab of the boat right there.
I forgot all about that, the bottle rockets. You got to watch out for those. Those are much more deadly than 50 cal.
I mean, that's pretty tricky right there. I mean, you know, do not piss off the Iranians, folks. Otherwise, you might get tickled by the 50 cal, and then they might fire off some bottle rockets at you. You know, I mean, that's a pretty big risk. And I mean, that really does escalate the firepower of these little boats. So 6 of these surrounded the area of the tanker in the midst of international waters, mind you all. And then the United States Navy responded with one of these, which is an Arleigh-Burke-class guided missile destroyer, which basically, at that point, overpowered the Iranians quite a significant amount. I mean, the 127mm main gun could literally blast one to smithereens in a single shot. So then the Iranians backed off.
Also, by the way, Brian in the live chat, he pointed something out here. I think Iran might be confused because we do know that Iran is panicking, by the way, because naturally, if you're Iran and you have a pitiful military force, granted, they're a little bit more powerful than Venezuela, but they're still not formidable compared to the United States. When you see all this U.S. naval assets pouring into the region, you see all the overwhelming air superiority also flowing into the region, naturally you get scared. And I guess they got confused, and then when they thought about gunboat diplomacy, they took it too literally. They literally sent out gunboats to try to do diplomacy, but that only works if you're the larger power, the more powerful nation against a smaller nation. That doesn't work vice versa. So I think they got a little mixed up.
You see, the Iranians, though, Matthew, I think they did get messed up because the Iranians are not native speakers, you see, of the English language. So when they hear gunboat diplomacy, it translates quite literally into a gunboat. So then they thought if they whipped out some boats with some guns on them, that might start winning them over the situation. What they don't realize, though, is that gunboat diplomacy is a euphemism for sending your largest and most powerful ships out into the ocean to go threaten someone else. Like, you know, one of these. Not one of these. Very big difference in between the two. Feel like that was probably lost in translation. And it also appears that the Iranians realized that this wasn't going to be necessarily a winning fight against an Arleigh-Burke-class destroyer once it arrived in the area. And from what we know, while the Iranians tried to save some face and keep the motorboats in the area, the Arleigh-Burke was able to escort our tanker out of the Strait of Hormuz and into the Arabian Sea earlier on in the day, which then generally avoided the situation altogether. But if the Arleigh-Burke had not arrived, the situation could have gone very differently. And this ship most likely is under pretty stringent orders, considering that it's a part of the U.S.'s tanker security program, to not allow itself to be boarded or seized by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Meaning that probably would have turned into a direct Iranian attack on a U.S. Oil tanker within the Strait of Hormuz if the Arleigh-Burke had not arrived. So the Iranians tried to save face later in the day, just a couple hours after this, by flying sending out a Shahed 129 drone into the Arabian Sea to go and try and have a little look at the USS Abraham Lincoln. A Shahed 129 is not really that big of a drone, but I'll make sure to go and show you all this one here, because it is important that we point it out. Basically, it's Iran's version of a Reaper or a Predator drone. It's just that it looks a lot worse, and they also painted it with this absolutely terrible looking tan. But it can carry air-to-ground missiles, like these Hellfire ripoffs that they have here on the pylons of this drone. They sent out one of these to go and take a look at the Abraham Lincoln, and from what we have heard, according to CENTCOM's published statements, this drone then conducted a rapid flight path in a direct beeline right towards the USS Abraham Lincoln and directly through the security zone that is created around an aircraft carrier. This is actually something that's a little bit important to note when we talk about the USS Abraham Lincoln, is that a single carrier like the Abraham Lincoln never sails alone. The Lincoln is always accompanied by at least 3 Army Bird-class destroyers, which in this instance it was. And these destroyers spread out by several dozen, well, sometimes several dozen nautical miles, or even just a little around a dozen nautical miles in pretty much a triangle around the ship, and they create an air defense perimeter around them. But before we get on into the rest of the summary of the major development that happened in the area today, we actually do have breaking news coming out at this moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so I hate to jump us out of the Iran news segment for a second, because obviously this is major news, but we currently have an ongoing emergency happening right this second. A U.S. Air Force F-35 is currently squawking 7700, which means it's having an emergency right now, right off the coast of Taiwan. So we're currently watching this on flight radar. It's right there. It's squawking 7700 right here. You can see it apparently took off, or it says San Diego. I'm not sure really where it's heading, but it looks like it's near perhaps Okinawa, I think, is where it's currently near, and it's right off the way from Taiwan. So I'm not really sure what's going on with this thing right now. That's a little bit interesting, which does indicate it's having an emergency, but we don't know exactly what type of emergency this aircraft is having. So it's a new aircraft. Obviously, F-35 is a pretty top-of-line aircraft, so not totally sure. But Enforcer, what do you think this could be?
I would say that it's a high likelihood that this thing is either suffering from an engine malfunction, or it may actually be suffering from critically low fuel. It looks as though that the information from the transponder is correct, as it was pinged earlier in the day for a brief moment at the Miramar Air Force Base just north of San Diego. So it most likely has been conducting a pretty significantly long transit across the Pacific to be able to make it most likely to the Okinawa Air Station, which is Kadena Air Force Base. It may have gotten several in-air refuelings along the way, and at this point is running critically low on fuel, and that's why it's squawked to 7700 to be able to declare a distress and have the airspace cleared out for it so it can get prioritized for landing. Another likely option is that it may have had an engine malfunction, where the engine has been running for such an extended period of time while transiting the Pacific that its engine may start to suffer some sort of overheating or some sort of malfunction, which has been alerted to the pilot. And since he was close to Okinawa, he's now squawked to 7700 to try and land the aircraft before the engine completely gives out. It could be either one of those two, but it's highly likely those two.
Interesting. And also, by the way, this aircraft might have already landed, by the way, because it looks like it's currently on a predictive flight path of what we're seeing here on flight radar. So it's possible that it could have already landed. In fact, I would say it's very possible, probably likely that it's landed already, probably on the island. So that is interesting, though. But for an F-35 to have a problem like that, I don't really see too many F-35s squawking 7700 quite often. So that is a bit of a situation. So hopefully they landed safely.
That is a really interesting situation. I saw some people saying there's no way that the U.S. logistically would allow an F-35 like this to run low on fuel. That's true. That's really the reason why that's a more unlikely option, is that it's running wildly low on fuel. But there's also a pretty significant option here of a couple of other factors. It could have been refueled because something that's incredibly important to remember is that aircraft rarely ever land with full fuel loads. It causes a great deal of stress on the landing gear, especially landing and touching down with that sort of weight inside of an aircraft. So usually aircraft generally try and burn down as much fuel as they can to be as light as possible for landing, or they can even dump fuel, which is not really done a lot on military aircraft, but is done usually in civilian aviation from what I know. So that could be the reason why we're seeing that the situation has happened at the moment, is that it was planned out that it should be running out of fuel by the time it gets to Kadena, and now that it's probably been loitering for a little while waiting for other F-35s to land, this one may be running critically low on fuel, and that's why it's declared an emergency. Another high likelihood, and this is the most likely option, is that some form of mechanical failure on board the aircraft, to where the F-35 has most likely started to have an overheating engine or some other form of a malfunction on board the aircraft, and that's why it's going to be forced to land at Kadena, and it's declared an emergency to be able to do that faster than the other F-35s that may also be in holding patterns near Okinawa and awaiting clearance to land at Kadena. So it could be any one of those options at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on this situation, but it's highly unlikely we'll get any updates, folks, because it does appear that it did turn off its transponder, and right now on Flight Radar 24 it's on a predicted flight path, meaning that this isn't even where it's at the moment. It's most likely taking a right turn to align itself to the runways at Kadena, and we'll be most likely not getting any more updates on this on stream, at least for now. We might hear an update, though, tomorrow from Indo-PACOM, letting us know what happened with this, but that's also slightly unlikely, considering that this isn't a major incident. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least at the moment, but we are going to be getting back into our major news coverage. Speaking of F-35 Lightnings, we're going to be moving our way back into the Northern Arabian Sea, as we were able to hear that Shahed 129 that was getting incredibly close to the carrier strike group earlier today actually took a beeline flight path straight through the carrier's detection and air defense perimeter and right at the carrier. This was believed to be incredibly dangerous, and for this reason, the U.S. Navy actually scrambled and sent off a couple of F-35Cs from the deck to be able to intercept this drone and try and turn it around. Then later on, it was heard that Iran had lost the drone near to the area of the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, and the Iranians didn't know exactly why at the moment. They actually stated way early in the day that it was under investigation, and they were believing that the drone was generally okay, but it might have just run into some form of connection issues with their operators. Turns out later, the Iranians stated that the drone was most likely shot down by the United States Navy, and then we were able to confirm it was shot down by the United States Navy. According to information that we were able to get, an F-35C from the USS Abraham Lincoln intercepted and shot down the drone. We don't know with what type of missile. It was either an AIM-9 or an AIM-120, possibly even an AIM-260, although that's highly unlikely. And according to a statement from CENTCOM, they stated the following: CENTCOM forces are operating at the highest level of professionalism and ensuring the safety of U.S. personnel, ships, and aircraft in the Middle East. Continued Iranian harassment and threats in international waters and airspace will not be tolerated, largely insinuating that the drone had clearly been shot down. Iran's unnecessary aggression near U.S. forces, regional partners, and commercial vessels increases the risk of collision, miscalculation, and regional destabilization, according to the CENTCOM spokesperson. So we have been able to confirm that the United States took clear armed action today against the Islamic Republic of Iran and did shoot down a Shahed 129 drone that violated the carrier's air defense perimeter around the carrier strike group. This is a pretty interesting sort of a development, to say the least, and it is the first instance of armed action that we've been able to confirm, and as far as this year, between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran in direct action. A lot of people are wondering, what was the Shahed 129 going to do? What was it trying to get here to the USS Abraham Lincoln to do? Was it going to try and attack it with these bottle rockets? Was it going to try and take a look at it with bottle rockets possibly attached under the pylons? Or was it trying to just test responses, and then they ended up testing the responses a little bit too good? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so a very important distinction right now with this drone situation is apparently the U.S. carrier tried to warn off the drone. They tried to tell the Iranians to turn away and not come any closer to the carrier, but according to reports, the Iranians totally disregarded that and flew it straight toward the carrier. So apparently they were going to do something. They were either going to surveil it or attack the carrier. So what do you think Iran was really trying to do before it got shot down? 40% said Iran was simply trying to surveil the USS Lincoln carrier, while 34% said they were merely testing the response of U.S. forces, and 20% said Iran was likely going to attack the carrier if it got close enough. And I really doubt that Iran would attack the carrier. That would be highly stupid, and even though the Iranians are operating with very little logic in mind right now, I don't think they're ready for that. So they were probably going to surveil it. It was also probably symbolic as well. They wanted to get footage right above the carrier so that way they could play it on their propaganda videos. But it turns out they didn't get their footage, and in fact, they lost one of their rinky-dink drones that splashed down into the sea. So that didn't work out too well. And what else could they expect? You can't fly a drone over a carrier. It's going to get shot down. So I'm with the 39%. They were simply trying to surveil, and they surveilled so well, they got a view of the underwater situation. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, they were watching that camera and they went, wow, look at that frame. Like, sir, we lost connection. Yeah, but look at that frame. That looks like an AIM-120. Like, and they're like, wow, that's really cool.
No, man, they saw that underwater view and they saw that whale and they're like, huh, that's interesting. That doesn't look like a carrier. What is this? It's like you're looking probably at a whale or a fish. That thing's underwater at this point.
Man, they sat there and said, huh, do whales fly? Pull up the thesaurus. Like, they were like, go take a look at it. But the USS Abraham Lincoln most likely was not going to be attacked, folks. It's highly unlikely that that was the Iranian plan. But there is an air defense perimeter around the carrier that generally is not allowed to be violated except for in very rare instances, which we've seen the Iranians do before, but that's generally by the benevolence of the rules of engagement the Carrier Strike Group has been given to basically fire under no circumstances, and that's why the Iranian drones are able to fly basically right over a carrier at some points. But currently right now, with the tensions being high, the standing rules of engagement for the USS Abraham Lincoln's Carrier Strike Group is to most likely not allow any Iranian drones within close proximity of the Lincoln, and if they pass through the air defense perimeter's border, they are to be engaged and shot down if they do not turn around. That's most likely the standing orders at the moment. And the USS Abraham Lincoln is not weakly armed. I mean, it's not a cruiser, at least in terms of direct firepower. It's not going to have that sort of firepower, but the USS Abraham Lincoln does have two Sea-Whiz air defense systems on board and two I believe it's Sea Sparrow systems on board as well, which are generally all short-range air defense systems that are its last line of defense if the rest of the Carrier Strike Group isn't able to defend the carrier from an anti-ship or an air-based attack. So the USS Abraham Lincoln would have been able to deal with any sort of an attempted attack that a Shahed 129 would have tried to throw at it, so it's highly unlikely that the Iranians had the idea of launching 4 Hellfires at a carrier, and that would be it. They would most likely all get shot down pretty easily, and then they'd also shoot down the drone, and then that would give the United States complete justification to be able to start obliterating the Iranians any day now. So that's highly unlikely. It most likely was trying to conduct surveillance, but due to the standing orders, it was considered to be a high threat to the carrier group, and so an F-35 went up and shot it down. That seems to be our most likely sort of an explanation for what happened today so far. And I gotta say, it's kind of wild to me that they sent up an F-35, because if I'm not mistaken, and let me check what Wikipedia has here, yeah, they only have one air squadron that operates the F-35C. It would have been more likely for them to send up a Super Hornet if we're just talking about statistical probability, because out of their 4 multi-role fighter squadrons, only one of them operates the F-35C. The other 3 still operate the Super Hornet. So I guess they took the deliberate decision to send up their best aircraft, which is the F-35C, to go blast this thing to make an example out of it for the Iranians, just in case that they're trying to send another one into the air defense perimeter at some point in the future. But still.
Also, by the way, one visual said in the live, Jay, said, do we have any video from the drone if used for propaganda? At the moment, it sounds like the first drone that was shot down, the one we're talking about, that one was not recoverable. So I don't think they got any video from it, but they did dispatch a second drone after that one got shot down, and the Iranians are claiming that they got footage that they're going to be releasing in propaganda videos in the days to come. So if there is video, it should come out in the next few days. If you don't see it, that would indicate they probably didn't get close enough to actually film the carrier. So we'll find out in a couple of days when they release it.
Yeah, I would have to say we'll definitely know probably in a couple of days once they release the information. But it is fairly clear at the moment that the United States has taken its first armed action against Iranian aircraft in the entirety of the rising tensions, which is starting to make it fairly clear that we are on the very cusp of going to war with Iran, and also the standing rules of engagement give us an indication that the U.S. is considering a war with Iran highly likely, or the fact that the Iranians might conduct preemptive attacks on U.S. forces highly likely as well, and that's why it wasn't allowed near to the Carrier Strike Group. But moving on from that, though, and on out of the area, we have been able to hear some other news that has generally vindicated our analysis once again here on the channel. many of y'all will remember that some members of the office of the President of the United States has been making some very big statements lately about the potential of making a deal with Iran, because we all know that deal making is what we live for here in this country. But before we move on into that news, though, because that's really going to be something here in a minute, and something that we told y'all was going to happen. Before we get on into that, though, I do want to see what y'all are thinking right now about that U.S. oil tanker that was being threatened to be seized in the international waters of the Strait of Hormuz earlier today. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so now that we saw that today at least 6 Iranian gunboats armed to the teeth with 50 caliber machine guns in the bow attempted to seize a U.S. oil tanker, which was a part of the U.S. tanker security program, which is quite ironic. The U.S. Navy showed up immediately and intervened, and the gunboats decided it would probably be good to go home and take a rest. So what is Iran doing? 49% said they're trying to take hostages, and that's what they were trying to seize the tanker for, while 41% said they're trying to test U.S. resolve, and 4% said they're trying to steal the oil. And I'll be honest with you folks, for once I am kind of speechless. I'm really not sure what the Iranians were trying to do with this. It doesn't make any sense, because they know the Navy's in the region, so they're not going to be able to take the tanker. It's going to start a war. They're not going to be able to take hostages because of that. And also, what's the point of testing U.S. resolve? They know that we're armed to the teeth. So, I mean, unless they're trying to get fired upon, just to see how it feels to get fired at, I'm not sure what they're doing. So, I don't really have a clue, to be honest. It seemed like not even really a desperate move. It just seemed like a confusing, illogical step to take. So I'm unsure. I'm with the 6%. But Enforcer, what say you?
It sounded like a very bad attempt at trying to take some hostages. Because whenever the Iranians get in a squeeze, they like to take hostages. That's basically their go-to move. We've seen that conducted against the British in the past when Iran and Britain were getting into some rising tensions back into the late 2010s. The Iranians actually seized and held hostage a great deal of British vessels and British crew members from those vessels in an attempt to try and get some leverage over the British in negotiations, either to lessen the torture of the prisoners or to allow for some form of ransom to be paid to the Iranians, or some sort of ransom in terms of concessions for the hostages to be released. I have a feeling that that's what they were trying to do today, and they probably strategically picked out this vessel, considering that the ship was a part of the U.S. Navy's security program. It means that this vessel has a little bit more significance, especially to the sea lift capabilities of the Navy, and for that reason, we did see that they tried to target that group in particular, or this vessel in particular, to not only be able to take the crew members of the ship hostage and hold them for ransom in possible U.S. negotiations, but to also be able to hold the ship hostage as well for its eventual release due to some foreign concessions or ransom being paid by the United States. So I would have a feeling that that was probably the highly likely option, but really stupidly planned out, considering that the U.S. Navy was close nearby and able to respond. And not only that, the vessel was generally an auxiliary, or supposed to be a wartime auxiliary of the U.S. Navy. So that whole deal was incredibly poorly planned out, probably one of the most poorly planned out attempts at boarding and taking a ship hostage that I've ever seen by the Houthis or Iran, or anybody for that matter, to be entirely frank. But speaking of that, it appears that the Iranians have done something that we expected to a T. And Matthew, please get the poll ready for the whole negotiations part of deals, because we've got to get to that. It's a very big thing that happened today, folks. It's something that shocked some, didn't shock us, because we told you all this was coming on Sunday. The Iranians have made the statement today that they are going to possibly, highly likely, pull out of negotiations with the United States.
Oh no! It can't be.
Can you believe it, folks? Can you believe it? A terrorist state using negotiations as nothing more than an attempt to buy themselves some time. Never legitimately looking to negotiate. Never legitimately trying to find a way to find common ground with the United States. They just wanted to buy themselves a little bit of time. No way. It's like I told you all this on Sunday. I remember we ran a poll on this whole deal about the Iranians negotiating with the United States, and I said there's no way in hell that they would negotiate with the United States. They just know that saying the word negotiations or deal making around the president is like jingling your keys in front of a dog or a cat and it wants to go for a walk, and they were going to do this to try and trick the president, like everyone does, into trying to negotiate with absolutely no attempt to actually want to negotiate. And we had plenty of people in the chat that last time we were on air on Sunday saying that we were just deriding the president. There was no way that that could actually be the case, and the president clearly knows more than we do. The Iranians aren't pulling him along because the Iranians truly trust the president and love him, and that's why they wanted to talk to him. You know, that's clearly why they wanted to dismantle this nuclear program that they've been working on for 30 years at this point, just about. And that's also why they would completely give up funding Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis and everything, just because they like the president. Obviously. I mean, who in the world would ever think otherwise? And the little old enforcers here, who only have our brains to work with, you know, which is something that others don't have, clearly are wrong because the president knows more than us. Well, turns out 48 hours later, we were proven right. And it appears that they were using it as an attempt to distract from the U.S. trying to strike them quickly, and we're just trying to buy a little bit more time. Now, I will tell you all this. This is going to happen again. If the Iranians have learned anything from how the Russians operate, what the Iranians do is that they're going to hardline here over the next few days and probably say, we will do nothing for America, death to America. And then in about a week, they'll probably go, I think making a deal would be a good thing. Don't we like deals? Don't we like deals? Jingle, jingle, jingle. We love deals. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Let's make a deal. And then they'll do that again, which will completely stop U.S. military planning against them once more. And then we'll go, we're talking in Ankara. And then they'll back out of that one right at the last minute before the talks are supposed to happen. It's probably going to do that again, a second time.
It's really interesting, isn't it, how they're using the exact same playbook that Vladimir Putin's using to stall for time? Because, I mean, it's clear as a bell, like, for example, talking about Russia, that Putin doesn't want peace at all. In fact, he just breached a ceasefire that was negotiated by the U.S. And now Iran, they haven't even come to a ceasefire or a deal or anything. They're just sitting here literally sending out gunboats to attack our tankers. They're sending drones at our carriers. And in the meantime, they do keep doing the exact same tactic that Putin's doing by saying, let's make a deal. And we're still stalling. So at this point, either the Iranians are stalling for time or the U.S. is stalling for time, and we're simply yapping it up so that way we can get more air defense into the region. One or the other. There's a lot of games being played here, like on every side, but it's hard to separate the game from actual misinterpretation by the United States officials, because they do fall for the whole deal talk. Like, that's not just saying that. They have fallen for that historically over time. Like, they really do fall into that trap, and it's hard to separate the two.
Man, I gotta say, it's really something else. And I guess we'll probably see, folks, that the Iranians exploit this weakness here of just mentioning deal making, probably for a little while more, and they'll be able to get away with not getting bombed, a lot like Venezuela did, for maybe a couple of months before the U.S. ever dedicates to actually striking them. So also, we do have some additional news out of Tehran. Can't leave you all hanging here. There was a power outage that happened in several cities today. We don't really know how many there were and how large of a scale, but there were reports coming from the ground inside of Iran from a couple of cities that there were power outages within their area, which may be showing some form of a larger sabotage campaign that's still going on the ground. Then the Iranians came out and made this statement today. And I want to make sure to read y'all, because there's no direct Farsi to English translation on this video, but it appears that the Iranian parliamentary deputy speaker stated, in about a month, we will recite the funeral prayer for the President of the United States, and their allies. And it was also made clear by an Iranian military official today that they were going to be seeking to harm any single American that they could get their hands on as well. So they made that pretty clear that they don't really like Americans, they don't like the American government, they don't like the U.S. president, they don't like anything. And so, you know, it's kind of shocking. It's kind of like we said on Sunday. I mean, that's exactly what they're about. So why in the world pretend like they're not about that? But if you want to see him actually say it, you can see it here on this video. There's a link to our map that we're using on air in the description below. You can go to this link in Tehran and listen to it for yourself, because it's literally just a guy talking. He sounds like this. I mean, with how that guy's sounding, they might be saying a death prayer for him. He sounds like death warmed over. So I think he's not doing too well. They ought to send him some flowers and a get well soon card. You know, maybe attached to a, you know, maybe something coming off of an F-15, but we'll see. Anyways, moving on from that and out of the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital, it also does appear that, at least according to some other information out of the United States of America, that there may be something more to this whole Iran deal. And I want to say that this is something a little bit interesting with this. Something wildly interesting with this, as a matter of fact, because we were able to hear that while all of this is going on, the U.S. government is still saying that they are trying to line up talks with the Iranians to try and make some sort of a deal. I didn't include that on the map today. I thought I did, but according to the U.S. government, they're still shooting for Ankara on Friday, and they're going to try and get the Iranians back on board, because clearly we're trying to drag the people that we're about to attack and heavily outnumber and outarm into some form of peace talks. Although we stated that if they killed any protesters, we would bomb them, and apparently that's just completely gone to the wayside, and we've completely forgotten that we even said that. And Matthew, a lot of people are talking about the Iranian officials threatening to end these peace talks and just walk away. And what are a lot of people thinking that the U.S. is planning on doing, or Iran is planning on doing, and what are you thinking as well?
Okay, so now that we've heard the Iranian officials come out and make another mind-boggling statement that they want to end peace talks because they have so much leverage over the United States, why even bother talking peace? They don't even need to discuss peace. The Iranian countryside will simply defeat the United States. So what are they planning to do? 70% said Iran is simply trying to buy some more time by going through these shenanigans, while 21% said Iran is just playing hardball and they really actually want a deal and they're simply negotiating, while 3% said Iran didn't really say that. Oh, and they said that. They actually did say that. The crazy part is, though, if you don't have any leverage, like for example, Iran has no leverage, there's literally an army knocking at their doorstep right now from the United States, then you can't try to act like you're going to call the shots, because you can't. You don't have leverage. So Iran's not playing hardball, they're playing stupid is what they're doing. And I think they're trying to buy themselves some time, but the problem is, though, while they're trying to buy themselves some time, the U.S. is finalizing our attack preparations by bringing in air defense and all kinds of other offensive mechanisms into the region. We're also starting, most likely, a destabilization campaign inside of Iran. That's what you're seeing all these major explosions and fires breaking out all over the place, is most likely a foreign group causing that situation. So they're going to get destabilized while they're yapping and playing games. So I don't think it's going to pay off the way they think it's going to pay off. And I think ultimately Iran really won't have a choice in the matter. But Enforcer, what say you?
And also, really quickly, I do have to say something here. Apparently, we have the U.S. White House's spokesperson in the chat, because some people are saying that I'm a liar, and I'm not a liar. And some people are saying that the U.S. never insinuated or even threatened to bomb Iran or militarily act against them for threatening protesters. So I really want to quickly take a statement from the President of the United States and put it on air, because we always come with receipts here on this channel. We just don't say stuff to say it. We say it because we have proof. This is what the President of the United States of America said on the 2nd of January 2026, which is exactly 7 days, 1 week before the Iranians started to massacre protesters in the street. If Iran shoots and violently kills peaceful protesters, which is their custom, the United States of America will come to their rescue. We are locked and loaded and ready to go. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President of the United States. That sounds pretty clear to me that we were going to bomb the Iranians if they shot and killed anyone. So while some people might live in la-la land where the president says whatever sounds the best no matter whether he said it or not, this statement here largely insinuates and clearly states that the U.S. was going to militarily intervene in Iran if anyone was shot and killed in the streets. You know, that's not my words, that's the president's words. So if you want to have a problem with that, you can take that up with him. We just work off the facts here at the channel. So getting out of that, though, I would have to say that the Iranians might be trying to buy some time, generally with negotiation attempts, because they never legitimately were going to negotiate about giving up enriched uranium, and they were never legitimately going to negotiate about stopping their funding to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. That would be absolutely ridiculous and absurd, because that is a huge point of their ideological path forward, is trying to destroy the West, particularly the United States and Israel. So with that in mind, they were never going to negotiate on that, and going through this whole rigmarole was purely to buy themselves some time. The honest truth is that this will not be the only time that they do that. They are going to do this again, and that is a 100% guarantee. They are probably going to do this towards the end of this week, or maybe even next week, depending on when they think that the U.S. might be getting close to striking them again. They'll probably start up the whole mill of let's talk and make deals, because we love making deals, don't we? We love talking about business deals, although this is foreign policy. It has nothing to do with business-related deals, and that will probably get the United States duped again into pretending like there actually will be talks when there will never be a talk, and the Iranians will back out of it again.
I'll be honest with you, while I do agree with the general idea that if you want to talks in front of the U.S. officials' faces, they'll simply buy it and go for it. I think in this case, I would actually disagree. There is an element of that to this, but I think the U.S. is trying to buy a little bit of time. I think they're also playing the same game that Iran's playing, because we're still seeing a massive airlift take place right now. We're seeing C-5s, we're seeing all kinds of aircraft still flooding into the region. And they're coming from U.S. bases that happen to have Patriot batteries at them. So I think they're bringing in air defense, which suggests that we're not fully ready for the full extent of the retaliation from Iran, which might explain why we're trying to negotiate. Because if you recall, during the last time, right before we struck the nuclear facility inside of Iran, the exact same thing took place. In fact, right before the strikes occurred, they said that we were going to try to negotiate with Iran to come to a deal, and then the negotiation was with the B-2 showing up and hitting all their nuclear sites. So I think we're trying to buy some time. I think that's what's happening this time around. But with Russia, though, I think it's still in that whole situation what it is. But in Iran, I think we're stalling.
I think we might be stalling. I know it's probably pretty likely, but still at the same time, though, this sort of a thing was seen very commonly with Venezuela. Even after the U.S. forces have been well built up in the area and have been given about a week sitting in place with no additional forces being added waiting for strikes, the U.S. still stalled for about another 2 months after that, because we kept on hearing rumors that the U.S. was talking to Maduro and trying to come up with some form of a deal, because Maduro kept waving around the idea in the background, oh, we can make a deal, and then he kept on, hell, Maduro was even approaching the U.S. Remember those stories, Matthew, about giving certain things to the United States, like the oil and such, and trying to do such things so that he could remain in power, and the U.S. kept going in a circular loop of talking to him, and then the talks would fail, and then they'd do it again, and they did that for 2 months before we actually went in there and grabbed him. And really the only reason we went in and grabbed the guy was because he was making fun of the president by dancing on stage and making jokes out of the threats that were being publicly made towards Venezuela.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, you could make the argument that maybe in retrospect, looking back on the Venezuela situation, maybe the U.S. was stalling the entire time. It's hard to make sense of the madness because there is a lot of, I'm not saying this to be political, but there is a lot of illogic to the foreign policy planning by the United States. But it could have been maybe intentional chaos. So that way they bought time for the U.S. to prepare to actually go in and nab Maduro. So, I mean, I'm not totally convinced on that. I can see both arguments. But in Iran, though, I'm leaning toward the idea that we're actually stalling.
Yeah, we might be, and we do know that there are a large amount of airlifts still ongoing into the Middle East today, as we were able to see that there were a large number of C-17s, about 5 of them, that were tracked today flying into the Middle East, multiples of them either to Al Udeid or into, I believe there is a Prince Salman Air Base in Saudi Arabia, the Mubarak Air Base in Jordan, and a couple of others, from what we understand. There's even more flights being conducted from the United States right now, which we also were able to confirm as more air defenses appear to be being brought over by a wide variety of aircraft. As y'all can all see right here, this is a list of the C-17 flights that have been conducted over generally about the past week or so. And there has been several dozen C-17 and C-5 flights out of the United States of America, particularly from air bases that are very close to where U.S. Army air defenses are stationed at, that are flying into the Middle East on a near daily basis, which is showing us that they are moving air defense batteries into these areas. So it does seem as though we are still trying to possibly buy time ourselves to be able to get air defenses within the area that may be adequate enough. And there's also another foreign policy situation as to why we may be stalling on our end, which is that a lot of Middle Eastern countries right now really are not on board with trying to get an attack rolling against Iran. Even Saudi Arabia doesn't really seem to be that apt for it. And the reason why we believe that's the case is because they are scared of an Iranian counterattack, because with the air defenses present in the region amongst the entirety of the coalition and the United States, they still think that they might be overpowered by Iranian overwhelming first strikes. So the U.S. might also be trying to rush in a lot more air defense right now to try and appease the Saudis and a couple of other countries within the area, so that way they'll be happy enough with the defensive situation that they would then approve for the U.S. to use their air bases to strike Iran, which might also be highly likely. So I hope that does address that side of things the best we can, at least for now. And we also were able to hear a couple of more important things, at least about U.S. force dispositions at Mubarak Air Base inside of Jordan. We were able to see that there were a decent amount of F-15Es and A-10 Thunderbolts, along with some more F-15Es seen right here on the satellite photography. So we can confirm that there was about 9 F-15E Strike Eagles and about 10 A-10 Thunderbolts currently at Muwafaq Air Base. The A-10s would not be used against Iran. Those are most likely for ISIS in Syria. But the F-15Es could be used against either ISIS in Syria or the Iranians in Iran, either way. We have also been able to confirm that there was a NOTAM issued over Cyprus today for some form of real-time tactical coordination. We believe that this may be some sort of an air activity being conducted by the United States, or it might be conducted by the Royal Air Force, considering that the Royal Air Force generally operates out of the Aggregated Air Base inside of Cyprus. We're still trying to find out more information on that one right now, but it does seem that there is some sort of military corridor that's been created near to the area just west of Israel that might be used by the U.S. Air Forces or the Royal Air Force, depending on either one. The Iranians have also been trying to recruit Hezbollah to join their fight. We can see all these guys right here holding up their, what almost appears to be like 7-Up styled flags with the green and the yellow. I feel like these guys are about to try and sell me a soda. But they're actually going to be trying to join the fight, at least according to Israeli intelligence, in support of Iran if the United States conducts strikes on Iran. So Israel's already starting to ramp up the whole fear of, you know, the guys with AKs and bottle rockets might try and shoot a couple into Israel, and that could be scary, so we'll have to level half of Lebanon again in response. We've also been able to hear that according to some news within Israel, it appears that Israel has requested operational freedom from the United States to conduct a unilateral military action against Iran, as the president is leaning towards diplomacy instead of strikes against the Islamic Republic, according to the Israeli Public Broadcasting Corporation. So it does seem as though the Israelis are actually, now after last week they said they were not militarily ready for the United States to hit the Iranians, now they're saying this week that they actually want to hit the Iranians on their own, and they're completely fine with taking all the heat from the Iranians, even if the U.S. doesn't join them in that action at the moment. So the Israelis are generally running their normal interference as usual and creating a good bit of static about how well off our side is in the Middle East and how capable you might be even right now of conducting a strike on Iran. But a lot of people are also talking about a couple of other big things that happened specifically within Tehran today. First off, we have this little shocking clip right here. That's an Mi-28
Oh! Is that the ones that we saw in the hangar the other day?
It is.
Oh, so they did actually get some. So the Russians actually spared a few. It's a shame. They should enjoy these while they have them.
Man, they should, because they're going to get hit by a JDAM, and that's going to be it. They're not even going to take off. We also have been able to see some other interesting situations within Tehran, including this one. This was a major market. They call these in most parts of the Middle East, and especially within Iran, bazaars. And I'd have to say that it's quite bizarre that the bazaar burned down. And we also got a video of this as well, and it was a very large fire. We've seen stuff like this happen before, but usually during the lead up to the 12-Day War and during the 12-Day War.
Oh, it's hot in the streets of Tehran. I'll tell you what, the block is hot.
Man, I gotta say, something right there to see. Something to see, I'd have to say. And a lot of people are wondering, what's up with these fires? There's been a lot of fires and explosions and a whole bunch of mayhem and I guess you could say tomfoolery going on down there on the ground in Iran to such a degree that it's never really seen a parallel, at least up until recently, since the 12-Day War. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so you saw the major fire that we just watched in that video right there. That was a major shopping center inside the capital city of Tehran. And guess what? The Iranians claimed it was another gas explosion. No joke, I'm not making that up. They literally claimed it was a gas explosion. So we've been seeing a lot of gas explosions suddenly happening over the last week. And this is an unprecedented rate. They're having more gas explosions than Russia's having failures, which is incredible. So I would say, on the question of whether or not it's a foreign destabilization operation, the audience, about 50% of the audience said yes, it is a foreign operation, while 38% said it's probably just Iranian rebels causing fires, and 6% said no, it's likely just accidents. And at this point, there is very little chance, less than 1% at this point, that these are accidents, or gas explosions for that matter. This is clearly intentional. This is some type of campaign. And it comes down to basically who you think is behind it. That's the real question. Some people, the 38%, believe it's Iranian rebels, and 50% believe it's a foreign intelligence group. And I would say that I personally think it's a foreign intelligence group. The explosions that we saw in Bandar Abbas and many other Iranian cities, that has the telltale sign of some type of foreign group operating within Iran's soil, conducting these attacks. And these are attacks, in my opinion. These are not mere accidents or some type of random fires. These are deliberate. So I would say it's foreign. It's likely a combination of Israeli, I would say certainly Israeli, maybe possibly in conjunction with the U.S. People on the ground as well, but I would say it's got to be foreign. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say that it's probably foreign, because we're seeing that these are happening at a very high rate right now in Iran, and it is highly unlikely that this is happening at a high rate when we haven't seen anything like this happening in Iran for a minute, out of complete coincidence. Wouldn't it be kind of weird, folks, that every single gas pipe in Iran is failing at the same time within the same week in the whole country? I mean, that's a little bit odd. I mean, you know, like that would be like saying if Flint, Michigan has lead in the water, then everyone in America is drinking lead water, and that's not true. I mean, you know, in some places they might be drinking lead water, but that's not over the whole of the United States, you know. I can tell you all that the water out here in Salt Lake City is clean and tasty, not Flint, Michigan water. So that would be kind of like making the same comparison within Iran, that every gas pipe is failing at the same, in different parts of the country at the same time. There's just no way that would be happening. So there's some form of external influence that is leading to these quote-unquote pipe failures, and that means that there's most likely some foreign involvement or human involvement in making this happen. So I would say that it's highly likely either the Mossad or it is the CIA. It's probably one or the other. But with that,
also, by the way, I see people having a hard time coming to grips with something. They're saying, well, wait a minute, guys, those aren't military targets. I mean, technically, you're right. I mean, a shopping center would not typically be a military target, and neither would the apartments that have been exploding in these places like Bandar Abbas. So, I mean, it's not a military target, but at the same time, though, this is not an uncommon strategy in the modern day. We see Russia conduct it all the time. Hybrid warfare is constantly conducted on Europe 24/7. You'll see fires very similar to the fires you're seeing in the capital city of Tehran all the time across European cities. And you'll see all kinds of other stuff happening too, like explosions randomly, gas explosions also in Europe, same type of deal happening there. The point behind it is to destabilize the Iranian authorities and people to soften them up before an attack happens, a military attack on the country. That's the point behind it. And all the West has to say is just like Russia or anybody else says, is basically, oh, we suspected the IRGC was operating out of that facility, and therefore the strikes or whatever the covert operation we did is valid. That's all they're going to say if it ever comes to fight. So I think it's just normal operations.
I would say so. Also, while the Iranians have bought themselves a little bit of time, they're getting in some little flights, special ones, to China with these 747s. These are freighter 747s. We don't know what they're picking up.
What are they picking up? Food?
Well, I'm sure it's humanitarian. Like, I'm sure it's humanitarian. You know, probably an MP5, maybe about a couple of million rounds of, 545, maybe 7.62 by 39, maybe some air defense missiles, maybe air defense systems, probably something like that. You know, the Chinese love to supply people who go up against the United States. And considering that they keep on flying to Urumqi, which is a major supply hub for the PLA SSF within the area of Western China, it is highly likely that they are not going on a snack and beer run to Western China. Highly unlikely. So they're going probably to go pick up some weapons. And this is why, folks, buying time is hugely important to a country, especially when you're on the back foot. Because if you buy yourself some time, a lot of variables can happen. You don't really have a lot of chances for good things to happen if the U.S. bombs you quickly. Because everyone's going to back off and stay away from you like you have cooties or something like that. When you buy yourself some time, the U.S. hasn't bombed you yet, meaning that countries can still kind of like push some support your way if they can. I mean, that's what the Iranians are buying time for. They don't know. Maybe the Russians will give them a little bit of extra weaponry. Maybe the Chinese will give them something that will give them a little bit better of a cutting edge to buy themselves a little bit of extra time before the U.S. completely obliterates them. It's going to be something along those lines, and that's why the Iranians are buying time, so that way they can conduct some flights like these, and maybe get some larger diplomatic support or diplomatic intervention by, say, the Chinese to try and lessen the tensions at the moment. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least at the moment, with what's going on with Iran and China and generally the rest of the Middle East. And also one last thing before we move on from the Middle East, because we've been here for a minute. It's one last little bulletin on the map. The Iranians showed that they know how to work Google Earth they have shown a picture of the Dhafra Air Base in the UAE.
Bollocks. How'd they get this? So did they get it from like China or something?
They got it from China.
They had to get it from somewhere. They don't even have the ability. They don't even have anything to take a photo like that. So they got a handout from somebody.
I'm trying to see if I can find that little Dhafra Air Base in here somewhere. Let's see. There's the Al Ain International Airport. Man, it's kind of crazy how most of. Here we are. Is this it? This is the Liwa Air Base. We're getting kind of close. Maybe it's further south in the middle of the desolate desert of nothingness. What is this? Oh, they got farms in the middle of the desert. Man, I bet you that's a huge drain on water. Let's see here. I cannot find this air base. I mean, maybe they have some sort of a cutting edge here, folks. Maybe they know where it is, and I don't know where it is. Let's see. Maybe it's up here. Yeah, maybe it's up here somewhere. I don't know. I didn't find this one before air. I really didn't care to because there's no U.S. forces here, from what we know. So, a little bit interesting they showed it, but there's nothing more than that. They probably got this picture from the Chinese. But anyways, moving on from that, it's now time for us to move on out of the Middle East and on into the rest of the news that we have from around the world. Before we get on into all of that major news, particularly every single oblast bordering Ukraine losing power today, I do want to make sure that we get to a couple of questions, because we've had about 100,000 people watch in the first hour and 10 minutes of the show, and we want to make sure to get to talk to a couple of y'all. So we're going to be taking 3 questions and then getting right into the major news of the Ukrainian drone attacks and missile attacks on the Russian Federation. So Matthew, what do we got?
And it really is insane. Like in the first hour of the stream, we have basically almost doubled, or actually not doubled, but matched our video viewership today, at least so far. So that's kind of crazy. The streams are doing wild these days. But anyways, jumping into our first super chat, this one goes to none other than Mark E, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Mark, for that generous support. And once again, helping to keep the channel running with that super chat support. He said, peel off one from the chat. And cheers, fellas. LSA, New Zealand from the South.
Hey, and a big shout out to Mark Eade and New Zealand in the south. The southern part of New Zealand is a great part of New Zealand. And I got to thank you for helping this channel to keep running. It's folks like you help to make this channel possible. Help us to keep the thing running. Help us continue to cover this news every day. And we will make sure to peel one out of the live chat, or maybe peel out of the live chat. But beyond that, we will make sure to get one out of the live chat. And Matthew, what do we got in Mark Eade's honor?
Okay, so this one goes to Monochromatic, who said, do we think that power outages in Iranian cities today could have actually been from discombobulator ramping up to big show?
I would doubt it. The discombobulator generally fries mines, not electricity, from what we know at least. So I would doubt that it would have been used, and also they would have had to probably fly directly over those areas, so I would doubt that as well. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, Marquis, and we wouldn't be able to sponsor live chats, and we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And it's thanks to the small amount of people out of the hundreds of thousands that watch this channel every day, that go over their way to support the channel through super chats like you do, Marquis, that we make this channel possible for every single person watching right now. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Glock, who's there, also another longtime channel legend. And thank you very much, Mr. Glock, for that $20 support. We do appreciate that. He said, how can we get tomahawks? And they would change the Moscow citizens Putin by knocking out the power and heat.
That is a good question. The only way to get tomahawks is having that approved by the Congress, signed off by the president, and then having the president follow through with that. And the big problem right now is that the president is not going to do that, because the president has made it incredibly clear that he's not going to give any real meaningful support to Ukraine from this point onwards unless the Europeans buy it, and the Europeans can only buy from a pre-selected list of items, which does not include the tomahawk. So generally there is no way for Ukraine to get a tomahawk at the moment because of the unmoving nature of the president and the fact that no matter what, and no matter how long the Russians refuse to end the war or actually willingly negotiate, we're basically just going to overlook that and allow the Russians to keep doing that and not really support Ukraine in any way. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to get this channel up. We wouldn't be able to keep it running. And we always get to say that we're massively grateful of folks like you helping this channel to keep it. So with that, we're going to be moving on
So this one goes to Ella MC Wheels NAFO, who puts in a $20 support, and thank you very much, Ella, for that 20. We appreciate that as well. And they said, enforcers, greetings again from Wichita. And thanks again for y'all's explanation on your intro the other night. And have you seen the Russian high jump video out of Ukraine? And long live the LSA and love Ukraine.
And thank you so much for the support, and solid gang, and long live police. And I don't think we've seen the high jump video, actually. Matt, do you know what they're referencing?
I haven't seen that. I might have seen it. I might just not know what they're referencing.
Yeah, I don't think I might have seen it. I don't know what's being referenced specifically, though. But I don't really remember it as the high jump video. But I do thank you massively for the support of this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep things running. Sadly, I don't really know what to do with that is. But I do thank you so much once again. I hope those as best we possibly can. And with that, folks, it is time for us to move on into the rest of the news for the night, which we do have a pretty significant amount of, and a major piece of news that came out of Russia, or more so out of Russia. The Russian Federation, leading us into what the Ukrainians did to them today. The Russian Federation has conducted a nuclear attack today on Ukraine's energy infrastructure and also the city of Kyiv. There's been a huge debate around this, and we're going to get a poll of this right now to see what y'all think. It seems as though our followers on Twitter had a very unanimous opinion on some sort of an idea, but there has been a huge debate, and I'll lay this out before we even get to the news. On the 29th of January, the President of the United States stated that Putin had agreed, suggested that he had agreed on the 29th of January to a 7-day-long ceasefire where he would not conduct attacks on the Ukrainian energy infrastructure and he would not conduct attacks on the city of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, which had already been heavily hit by Russian attacks knocking out both power and those civil utilities over the prior weeks. According to the President of the United States, Putin agreed to this and stated that he would not be conducting any attacks on Kyiv of any type for an entire week. And we've also heard that there would be no attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure at large for a week as well. The 29th of January was approximately 5 days ago, as of today, meaning that we would be 5 days, if we're assuming that the 29th of January is the beginning of that ceasefire period on Kyiv and energy infrastructure. We were 5 days into it as of today. We then saw that as of today, if we're taking that assumption properly, the Russian Federation had conducted attacks on the city of Kyiv and its energy infrastructure, which is we're taking the 29th of January again as the start of the ceasefire, which is generally what appeared to have been stated by the President of the United States. This means that the Russian Federation has clearly violated the ceasefire. We also have...
Also, by the way, a quick correction here, because we've got to be very careful with how we word things regarding the President, because you know how that whole situation is going. We believe, it looked like on Twitter, that a video was released on the 29th of January. It's not clear if the statement was actually made on the 29th of January. So that's up for debate. But generally speaking, there was a statement made that a ceasefire would last a week. We're really not told exactly how long a week was defined as either. So there's a lot of question marks about what the president really meant by his statement. Nobody's really for certain about it. It's kind of up to speculation.
Nevertheless, we have been able to hear that there has been a large amount of discussion today about this ceasefire, which seems to be stating the Russians had violated the ceasefire. The President of the United States stating that the Russians conducted the attack right after the ceasefire ended, and the Russian Federation stating just a lot of different stuff in general, largely stating that they didn't, in pretty much every single iteration, that they didn't break the ceasefire, or that the ceasefire never even existed, which is what we heard from some other sources. But we did confirm that there was a direct attack on Ukraine today, as we did see the Zircon hypersonic missile, which is Russia's pride and joy of their hypersonic missile fleet, and is, by all definition, folks, this is a legitimate hypersonic. This is different than the Kenzel, which is basically a modified Iskander, which is largely claimed to be a hypersonic missile, but it doesn't really meet the criteria exactly. The Zircon hypersonic missile is, by all accounts, a hypersonic missile in every degree. And the Ukrainians were able to intercept and shoot one down with a Zircon, with the M104 Patriot missile air defense system. The Patriot has been in service for quite a while. It's basically been in service since the Gulf War. And yet, a system that is 30 years old, the Russians claimed would never be able to shoot down a Zircon, shot one down. Here's the proof. There's the Zircon, and there's the Patriot, and there it goes. That Zircon is done.
Real patriot. That's patriotic. Look at that, how patriotic that is. That's something else. So much for hypersonic.
man, I gotta tell y'all something. These hypersonics just really aren't cracking up to what they're supposed to be. It's kind of like it's an overhyped weapon system, to be completely frank, that the US doesn't really even have to invest in all too much, because the Zircon, quite literally, folks, is a literal hypersonic. I mean, it's not even like Kinzel where people argue that it is or it isn't. The Zircon literally is a hypersonic by stats alone. And let me go pull that up for y'all just to prove that, because this is something that I've got to say about Zircons and hypersonics in general. I feel like they're completely overhyped. It's a scramjet-powered, nuclear-capable hypersonic cruise missile produced by NPO Mastrostrojna for the Russian Navy. It utilizes a 3S-14 launch platform on frigates and submarines, and the missile has a reported top speed of Mach 9. So if we're taking that reported top speed at face value, this is a hypersonic full-on. So if it can be shot down by a Patriot, how much of a threat does any hypersonic pose? The THAAD is far more competent than a Patriot, and we're about to be replacing all of our Patriots with THAAD launchers. So, do hypersonics even really pose a threat? In my opinion is no. I don't really think they do. I think that hypersonics are really overhyped, because as long as a radar is able to pick up one of these things, which it appears that they clearly can, they can easily be intercepted. All you have to do is vector in the proper sort of a altitude and also distance away from the missile launcher to be able to hit it. And once a missile makes it into that area, an air defense missile that is, it is going to hit a hypersonic no matter how fast it's going or how slow it's going. So I generally think these things are nothing but a load of hype, and I've been saying that for years here on the channel, and some others believe different. Some people out there believe that hypersonics are clearly the weapon of the future. I think that's nothing more than hyped up bogus, because the US already had this technology back in the 1950s, and we abandoned it completely because we said, here in America, this is completely stupid. An ICBM can do far better than this thing. Hypersonic would still take hours to reach Russia at the fastest speeds. An ICBM can hit Russia in 30 minutes. So what is the point of having one of these things when an ICBM can do its job far better? And that's why we completely abandoned the project. The Chinese brought this back 70 years later, just recently. Then the Russians hopped on top of the Chinese train of building these things, and now the US is acting like we have to have some of these things, although the technology is 70 years old and it was abandoned because it was basically redundant and pointless 70 years ago. So I don't even know why in the hell these things are considered a threat, because if the Ukrainians are clearly proving you can shoot down any hypersonic with even a Patriot, these things are basically just any normal ballistic missile at this point. They're just a little bit faster, and that's all there is to it. So moving on out of that rabbit hole and rant about hypersonics, because I just think the whole thing's hype. We did get to see that the Ukrainians did conduct some interceptions near to the city of Kyiv today as well. And here's the clips. Oh, is that a Shahed? Well, I hope they can take it down since it passed the air defense.
Yes, yes! Oh, yes. Oh, wow, went down literally right there.
Like, that was literally within view of the tree line. We also got another clip of them conducting another little discovery here. The Gabara drones, which have been used by the Russian Federation as decoy Shaheds, and these are usually the ones that fly into other countries like Poland and such, actually has been converted into a drone carrier. This little cradle here apparently carries a smaller drone closer to the target, and once it's there, it's able to release the smaller drone to be able to go and attack a target. So not only is this thing serving as a decoy to soak up Ukrainian air defense fire, but now the Russians can try and possibly use it to launch off smaller drones to hit other targets inside of Ukraine. So it does appear that is a fairly interesting sort of an innovation by the Russians, and will be making the air defense situation a good bit more difficult if those decoys are able to make it in, and that also requires that the Ukrainians shoot down these drones even if they're able to identify them as a Gerbera decoy. Outside of that, however, before we get on into what the Ukrainians have done to the Russians today in response to the Russians attacking Ukraine, I do want to make sure that we ask you all, what do y'all think about the discussions on the ceasefire being violated? And Matthew, what do people think about that, and what do you think about that as well?
Okay, so now that we've seen that Russia launched a major attack, and I mean a very large one, in fact, it could be one of the largest attacks of the year on Ukrainian energy infrastructure last night, seemingly violating the energy ceasefire that was supposed to be in effect. What are your thoughts? Was it actually in effect, or was it not? Because at this point, there's so much confusion, nobody's really even sure if the ceasefire was even in effect. So 66% said Russia violated the ceasefire, while 19% said the ceasefire had already expired, and 8% said it's simply too confusing confusing to know. So here is what we know generally. Zelensky and the Ukrainians are claiming the ceasefire was violated. So that's the Ukrainian position. The U.S. position is currently something to the effect of Putin honored his word, and technically the ceasefire ended on Sunday, which doesn't make much sense to me, but that's the U.S. position. And outside of that, I think there's also sort of the objective standard we have to kind of use here, because when there's two different opposing stories like that, you kind of got to line them up a bit. The Russians are also trying to say that they abided by the ceasefire and actually it ended on Monday or something. So there's a different version of the story no matter who you listen to. Generally speaking, based on what I heard, it sounded like the ceasefire was still in effect. And it had not ended yet, because the words we had originally heard was it was going to be an entire week of the cessation of energy strikes on Russia and Ukraine. That was announced around the 29th, if I have that date correct. So it should have lasted longer than this. And we're seeing strikes last night that Russia conducted, massive strikes targeting the energy infrastructure. So I would say I'm with the 65%. Out of all the confusion, I do believe, in my personal opinion, that Russia violated the ceasefire based on what we know. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, Matthew, really quickly, can we find the tweet or statement that the president made about the ceasefire really quickly? Because I don't think I have it on any of my war maps to be able to go and find and talk about.
Yep. I have a video which generally shows. I think we might be able to show the video actually. Let me see if it's something. We might be able to show it. It might be something that's open source here. So we can show the one that is talking. So the clarification that the president made, saying that it was Sunday to Sunday, we can show that one. That's put there in the likes tab. I'm trying to find the original one though. The original statement that he made. Let me scroll down and grab that real quick.
Yeah, because
it was down here.
I really want that one, because nowadays anyone says whatever they want and post after a statement's made. But what I'm really looking for is the original statement, because that's what we really need to judge the whole thing off of. Is that if, say, a tweet or something like that directly says it started today for a week, which a week is generally considered to be 7 days long if we're talking about the generally assumed length of a week, and we're not talking about the Juche calendar or some other form of an obsolete calendar, we could generally discern how long the ceasefire was actually supposed to last, which is really what we're wanting to figure out here to talk about this with a good amount of certainty. Because, a lot of people say, like, for example, that the U.S. never said that we were going to militarily intervene in Iran because of the massacres. I just went and pulled it up a tweet where it said that directly. That's something that we kind of got to consider, is that a lot of people kind of just spin the truth literally while it's still hot and fresh, and I would like to make sure that we get as clear proof as possible as to when that statement was made, because we would generally assume, using common sense, that if a statement is made on that day saying that something is going to affect, it went into effect that day, not 2 days prior or anything else along those lines.
So here's what we have. You can generally show the tweet. You can't show the video of the original statement. We do have a video of it, but I can't tell if it's the non-copyrighted version that the White House puts out. So we can't show the video, the audio itself, but we can show the audio and video of the most recent clarification from the president about him claiming it was Sunday to Sunday. So we have both of those in the likes tab.
Okay, so do we have a date for the original statement? Because this was reposted on the 2nd of February, but I'm wanting to make sure that we have the original date somewhere out there attached to this.
So I've reposted so much stuff, it's hard to keep up with it here. I really can't find it on the spot. I tried to do a search for it a second ago. It's a little bit too on the spot to find it. But I recall seeing January 29th on one. I think it was from Anton Yeroshenko. Let me go see here. Give me just a second.
Got you. And we'll be giving Matthew just a second, folks, because we want to make sure that whenever we say stuff here on the channel, we generally have receipts to back it up, because we rarely ever say anything that's a definitive fact without some sort of a receipt in terms of video or picture evidence to be able to back up our claims or statements. We know that y'all count on us to be as reliable as possible, and that's why I want to make sure that we iron down that it was the 29th of January that prior statement was made that a ceasefire was going into effect, so we can then talk about it off of that topic. Because if we're making general assumptions that would be common sense deductions off of the idea that a ceasefire had to have been entered on the 29th of January, if that's when the statement was made, and then the Russians attack Kyiv today on the 3rd of February, which is 5 days after the 29th of January. If we were to deduce those two things together and we're able to confirm that that appears to be the case due to the statements of the President of the United States, then we would be able to deduce that if a week, a common calendar week, is 7 days long, and it was not clarified that it was a business week, which would be 5 days, then we could clearly deduce that that means that the attack actually did violate the ceasefire, if that is the case. But we want to make sure and double check that.
So I'm seeing here that Anton Jeroshenko posted this clip on the 29th of January, but what's unclear is whether or not that was the day the statement was actually made by the president. That part's a little bit unclear, but it would suggest that at least by January 29th, the statement had already been made by the president. That's what it suggests, but we can't pin down the exact date it was said. What you can do, though, if you want to let people hear the statement, you can play the audio, but just don't show the video, because I can't confirm this is the White House version of it. It appears it likely is, but I don't want to take the risk by showing the video itself.
Yeah, I would agree. Also, it does appear, let's see. So it looks like, let's see, I wish we could find some additional clips of this, because if all of the clips were posted on the 29th of January, we could easily assume that this was a statement made on the 29th of January. But I'm going to let y'all listen to the audio. Y'all won't be able to see the clip on air, but here's the audio to let y'all hear the direct words from the President of the United States, just that way we don't mess anything up and mince any words. So here you go.
And because of the cold, extreme cold, they have the same that we do. I personally asked President Putin not to fire on Kiev and the cities and towns for a week during this. It's extraordinary. It's not just like cold, it's extraordinary cold.
So he stated for exactly a week, and it was not clarified that that was a business week, which would be a 5-day week. So we would assume that, using the common definition of a week, that most reasonable people would assume that a week would last 7 calendar days from the day of the statement. Now, if that post is correct and that statement was made on the 29th of January, that means that we were in the 5th day of a 7-day ceasefire that started on the 29th of January, if our assumption is correct that that statement was made on the 29th of January, meaning that a full calendar week, which is 7 days, had not elapsed by the time the Russians had conducted the strike on Kyiv. So that would mean that, based off of that information, if our assumptions are correct, that would show that there was a clear violation of the ceasefire that happened today. Now, once again, that's based off of a good bit of assumptions, and we're going to be making sure to do additional research to make sure that we get that correct. But I would generally be with a 64%. It appears to me that, based off of our common deductions and assumptions that we can make on air right now, that in my opinion, the Russians clearly did violate the ceasefire, as it appears to have only been 5 days into a 7-day ceasefire, meaning that the ceasefire had not ended yet, and for that reason, this would be a ceasefire violation. And
also putting that aside for a second, like let's put aside the ceasefire debate for a second, because there's still a lot of questions about when the statement was actually made, how long a week was. I think that ambiguity might have been on purpose, by the way, to be perfectly honest. I think that might have been intentional, but it's hard to tell. But the thing to me is this. Russia just launched a massive attack against civilian infrastructure. That's not debatable. We saw that on video. So who cares if there was a ceasefire or not? How come the U.S. officials are indifferent to Russia launching these massive attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure simply because it was outside of a ceasefire term? Then there's no outrage for it actually just happening. I mean, this is not good. They're literally attacking the civilian infrastructure in the coldest months of the year while people are freezing to death. And there's not much outrage about it. The main point is whether or not it happened during the ceasefire. That's what most people are getting caught up on. It's not the fact that Russia launched the strikes. It's merely the fact that it happened outside the ceasefire.
Yeah, that's something that's kind of a little interesting. I think a lot of people have just gotten familiar with the idea that the Russians slam Ukraine and cause terror and harm and death to civilians on a near daily basis, to the point that that's not even really the shocking part. But that ought to be the shocking part, because while the Russians were, quote-unquote, adhering to the ceasefire, they just went on to attacking railroad carriages filled with people. Now, is that really better? No, that's worse, as a matter of fact, because then they're not indirectly killing people by freezing them to death. They're going out of their way to directly kill them because they can indirectly kill them by freezing them to death. So does that really seem like that's a good workaround? Not really. That's like saying, well, instead of say Germany in World War II, just starving out the Soviets, they round them up and shot them all instead, and that's clearly a little bit better. That would be about the same equivalent. And I don't really think if you put it that way, a lot of people would agree with you. A lot of people would be going, well, agreeing to not indirectly kill someone and then just going to directly killing them sounds like that's even worse at that point than what was happening before.
And also, it's like the praise was so out of place too. Like you can show this statement, by the way, if you want to show this one right here for reference, so people know what I'm talking about. There was a video, the most recent one, where the president made a clarification about what he really meant Sunday to Sunday. You can show that one from Clash Report because that's the White House's stream. He's saying that Putin kept his word and will take anything. It's like, why are we giving credit to someone who took a pause from, killing civilians, which is Putin? He's the one doing these strikes on the Ukrainian energy infrastructure. How come we're giving him credit for pausing his strikes on civilians? It's like, that doesn't deserve credit. It's like, what are we going to give him credit because he took a pause from killing people? It's like, that's not cause for praise.
And also, I'll let you all listen to the audio of this as well.
There's tremendous hatred between Zelensky and Putin. Tremendous hatred. I mean, it's a shame that it's taken longer than we thought. I did call up President Putin, and he's agreed. He's pointed out to me. They have the same cold wave that we do. Maybe different because it's pretty far away, but it's the equivalent. And Ukraine's a very cold country. It's much colder than us. It's colder than they say. On average, it's Canada or colder. And on top of that, they have a tremendous cold wave. And I asked him if he wouldn't shoot for a period of 1 week, no missiles going into Kiev or any other towns. He's agreed to do it, so it's something.
So that was that statement.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just wild to me that you would expect, like, what I would like to hear from the U.S. officials is, we're glad that Putin allegedly abided by the ceasefire, but the fact that he's still attacking civilians is horrific. And Putin's going to pay a price for that. That's what we should be hearing from U.S. officials. Instead, it's general indifference after Putin started striking in some of the worst strikes of the year. Strikes that are so bad that Poland had to dispatch their NATO aircraft to protect their borders. That's how large the strike was. And the U.S. is just indifferent. They're just like, at least he gave us a week. I'm like, oh, is that the standard? Or he gave us a week of stopping killing people? It's like, that's not a good standard.
Let me ask this, because I see some people having a little bit of a problem with this. So y'all are saying that it would have been fine. Now here's what I'm saying. Let me make a comparison here. Any deaths of innocents, you can generally say, you can elevate that to the level of a genocide, right? So if we in World War II had asked the Germans to stop their genocide for a week, and they did, but as soon as that week was over, they started genociding more people per day on average than normal, that would be fine. Is that what people are trying to compare this to? Because I don't think that sounds like a good move. Like, if your main goal is trying to achieve a peace in the country, and you end up achieving a peace or a ceasefire, at least in a very limited circumstance, for 5 days, and then once that ceasefire ends, or a week per se, and once that ceasefire ends, the Russians then start attacking Ukraine to an even larger degree, how in the world does that really pan out to be in the best interest of peace in general? That would be a pretty rough one. I mean, that would be a pretty tough one to make for me. But anyways, we are going to be moving on from this because we do have a lot more news to cover. And we have been able to see that the Ukrainians did respond in their own way to the Russian attacks that have been conducted on Ukraine over the day. And the Ukrainians did slam Belgorod, Kursk, and Bryansk well enough that pretty much the electricity in all 3 of those oblasts have been completely knocked out. So moving us on into the area of Belgorod, we were able to see that there were some significant fuel shortages that had been caused due to the prior hits and attacks that had already been conducted.
Oh wow, they're panicking. Look at that. They're wanting some fuel.
Man, they need some gas, or as they call it,
I guess they're planning to fuel up their cars that way if they don't have heating or electricity in their apartments, they can go sit in their car and warm up. I guess that's the logic behind it, because, well, I mean, how does an electricity strike, cutting electricity to your apartment, cause you to run to the gas station? It's like your house doesn't run on gas.
Yeah, I would have to say it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I guess that's the only thing they could do in the meantime, because this is what was happening in Belgorod overnight.
Oh. There's the exact power. Look at that, the power went off.
Ooh, and there was a second hit right here. Let's watch that again. You literally see the strike, and then just about a second later, the power goes out.
Yeah. Honestly, I hate to see that. Like, this is the same thing that's happening on the Ukrainian side. But the problem is, though, Ukraine is going to get hit by Russia anyway. So Ukraine's running the calculus through their head. They're like, well, if we don't retaliate, then Russia's going to pay no price at all for striking our civilians. So we got to do the same thing in return to try to make the calculus more on a level playing field. But I hate to see this still happening, though, because these are still civilians that are getting affected by this inside of Russia. And the unfortunate part is Vladimir Putin's not going to care about the civilians. So largely speaking, he's going to let these people freeze to death, and he won't do anything about it.
Man, I gotta say, it is something else. And I also gotta say that I generally don't feel too much of a sympathy for the Russians, because the Russians generally have brought this on themselves. The Ukrainians held off from attacking energy infrastructure in Russia for a solid 3 years during the war, and have only recently started to do that because the Russians have been slamming Ukrainian energy infrastructure every single winter since 2022. So, while some people would say that's unfortunate, one thing I'd have to say is that it's unfortunate the Russians have done nothing in Russia to any degree, to any extent, to try and stop the Russian Federation from continuing attacks on Ukraine that would see Ukraine conduct those attacks in turn on Russia. That's generally how I look at it, because it's one thing if the Ukrainians were going out of their way to do this and the Russians weren't doing it to them, that would be quite sympathetic. But the problem is that the Russians have done this to Ukraine for 4 straight winters. And so for that reason, it's not really that sad to see it happening to the Russians, because the Russians have violated the Geneva Convention in that regard so many times that the Ukrainians are basically doing what they could have done back in the beginning of the war in 2022, in the first winter that was had, where the Russians conducted these sorts of attacks. We also saw further videos coming out of Belgrade where we were able to see more blackouts occurring within the area, also in this clip.
Как будто постойте здесь, там много летит.
Damn.
Oh!
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 Why the hell did the car alarm go off?
Да постойте вы, пожалуйста.
The power's off. Very shrill, very shrill.
A very, very loud, could work as an air raid siren. but anyways, here's the name. Oh, here's this clip also showing the blackout in Belgrade.
Oh,
oh,
jeez.
Bro, all the lights tried to turn on backup power right there at the end. It was like, oh, it's nighttime, bled. And then turn back on, and then the power went completely.
Yeah, like I said, Paula, I did not know that. So thank you for bringing that up. But are you guys gonna arrest the cops who fucking murdered the bitch? They are setting up shop right here. Okay, they are setting up their crime lab right here because they put the feet down to keep it in place. All right. He then fled from police. His vehicle was later spotted by police. And he caused an accident and jumped out of the vehicle with his pew pew on the highway. Nice, yeah, absolutely, Paula. You are very awesome, Paula. And that's when it all started. Gosh, Melissa. Okay, Melissa, that does line up with the events I saw here. I did not know the backstory, and that's very sad for the woman, Melissa. That's very sad for the woman. I really hope she survives, and I hope she I don't want to say overcomes, but I hope she learns to move past this. Because the police took his life unnecessarily. But thank you for that information, Melissa. That's very useful. I did not know any of that, so thank you for that information. That does line up with the events I was seeing today. So thank you for that. Paula, I much appreciate you, man. No, Rachel. That's what it sounds like, Tessicles. That's what it sounds like. Based on what Melissa just said. That's what it sounds like. Fuck you. These fucking shit stains keep shining the fucking light on me. No reason to. I'm behind a fucking chain link fence. What the fuck am I gonna do? Fucking idiots. Okay, so now. Okay, so now they're doing. Okay. That's what it sounds like. Yes. I said I don't know for sure, but based on what Melissa just said, that's what it sounds like. I wasn't there, so I don't know for sure, but so that's what it sounds like. Apparently, she was really. Oh, that's awful, Melissa. That's awful. That's really awful. Wow, that's terrible. That's really terrible. Thank you for that info, Melissa. Thank you for that. That's really awful. So really, I really appreciate that. That's info that we did not have before. So epic, thank you. So they are examining the Bearcat for some reason. They are examining the Bearcat. Crawford's not here. Jody, or Miss Who. Crawford left a long time ago. Crawford left like two and a half hours ago. No worries, Miss Who. No worries. They need to stop spotlighting you. Oh, I know, Melissa. I know. Oh, I know, Bunton. I know. I know it is. It's gonna take another couple hours. This entire situation has been going on for 5 hours, 45 minutes ish. I just figured out my. Oh no, Miss Who. Oh no. Oh no, Miss Who. Oh no. Sorry, chat. Let's zoom it out just a little bit. Look at how many investigators we have. That's a fuck ton of investigators for this shit. Fucking hell. Creole, how you doing? No, Creole. That would be funny, but no. The police killed somebody tonight. The police killed somebody tonight. Oh no. It's weird when they're examining the Barricade when that thing has not moved. Exactly, Melissa. Exactly. That thing has not moved at all. Exactly. Use of force investigations can take 4 hours. Hey, right, Paula? Right? I hope they expedite this. I really hope they expedite this. But they propped up the RV pretty. So these guys are fucking retarded. Rather than move the RV to a flatter surface, they decided to freaking jack up the RV on a fucking incline. This is how retarded our government is. Fucking retards. JM, welcome in. Okay. I only use RVs when suspect is deceased. Yep, I figured, Paula. I knew the suspect was dead. I knew the suspect was dead. And
has all your top stories from the day. Thanks so much for watching live now from Fox. Good night.
back, everyone, worldwide for you. I'm live now from Fox. Democrats speaking on ICE operations across the country. Let's listen in.
She has turned ICE into a place where cruelty is the purpose, where hatred is the strategy to divide America. We all saw the tragic killing of Renee Good and Alex Curtis. But did you see the video of ICE pinning a pregnant woman down into the snow and kneeling on her back? That is horrendous. Shame. And what's happening behind the camera? In detention centers, women are reporting being shackled and chained while miscarrying. How can you say you value life when you shackle a woman who is pregnant and miscarrying? How can you say you value life when you allow women in detention centers to be sexually assaulted and abused on a regular basis, denied prenatal care, denied food and water? When you allow a woman to be assaulted and the assaulting officer, the assaulting agent, the assaulting horrendous human being, saying, I will let you see pictures of your child in exchange. That is cruelty. That is the kind of thing that we are denouncing. And if Kristi Noem won't go on her own, if President Trump doesn't tell her to step down, Democrats in Congress, we will impeach Kristi Noem. Okay, let's say it in Spanish. No más no. No más no. No más no. Because women, all immigrants, all citizens, all legal immigrants, everybody deserves to be safe. Women deserve to save. Women deserve dignity. And you know how we win? We win by doing what we are doing today. We win by living the First Amendment. We win by coming out and protesting and demanding freedom of speech and demanding the right to have our Constitution enforced, because we need accountability. And if we don't get accountability, Democrats and I am going to vote no on the ICE funding. We are going to vote no until we have accountability. And that is what we demand. So let's do it one more time. No must go. No must go. And I want to, at this point in time, introduce the chair of the Democratic Progressive Caucus, Greg Casar. ¿Dónde estás? Greg. Okay, bueno, vamos a avanzar. We're going to introduce, because we have both the Progressive Caucus and the New Dem Caucus, Greg, Representative Schneider.
Good morning. Thank you, Teresa. I want to thank everyone for being here and making our voices heard. I am proud to stand alongside my colleagues from the House Democratic Caucus to defend the rights and the freedoms of the American people and the foundational principles that have defined our nation and determined our character. We are here today angry, enojo. We are here today to deliver one unified message. Kristi Noem must go. This administration and DHS under Noem is undermining our Constitution and tearing up the Bill of Rights right before our eyes. They're spreading fear and chaos across our country with armed, masked federal agents occupying our cities. They're terrorizing our communities. Instead of targeting hardened criminals, they are arresting hardworking neighbors, co-workers, and friends. They are arresting journalists, trashing the First Amendment while trying to hide their injustices and criminal actions from exposure. They have targeted, mobbed, and gunned down American citizens.
Alive and being heard at the United Nations is thanks to the support of its members and observers.
at the forefront of which are my colleagues from Cuba, Indonesia, Namibia and Nicaragua, who are the members of the Bureau, and I wish to congratulate them upon their election as vice chairs. I thank them for their personal investment and the investments of their respective countries who have enabled our committee to keep its dynamism and proactivity.
Making our communities safer, Secretary Noem and her minions are making us all less secure. In our homes, our schools, our houses of worship, our parks, our public spaces. Noem has not only facilitated the violence in our communities, she has encouraged it and celebrated it. She has defended it, and she has lied about it, slandering brave Americans to cover up for the crimes of this administration. Congress must not look away at this moment. We must stand up for the lives, rights, and safety of the American people. We must not act to make a statement. We must act to make real, substantial change. That's why last week I, as chair of the New Democrat Coalition, and my colleague and friend Greg Casar, as chair of the CPC, jointly laid out key reforms needed in DHS operations. We need ICE and CPB out of Minneapolis. We need masks off and body cameras on. We need an end to warrantless arrests and to stop targeting of courts, schools, churches, and other sensitive locations. We need independent investigations into every DHS shooting. And we need to stop deportations of U.S. citizens. Most importantly, we need Kristi Noem out. If Trump doesn't have the sense or the strength to do it himself, Congress must take it upon ourselves to begin impeachment proceedings immediately, conduct a formal impeachment inquiry, build an irrefutable case, and give the Senate no option but to convict on the evidence. America is better than what we are seeing from this administration, and we deserve better than Kristi Noem. And it's my privilege now to turn it over. Greg there?
We always got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take a 2-minute break and be back with so much more. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you always the very latest. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you this evening. Next up, we want to take you out to Utah. Continue to really discuss what we were streaming for a good portion of the day today. Tyler Robinson was back in court, the alleged Charlie Kirk shooter, and his defense is trying to get the Utah County prosecution tossed from this case saying that there is alleged impropriety when we're talking about a prosecutor's daughter was at this event, and they are saying that that is a huge conflict of interest. We want to bring in our legal analyst to break it all down. John Day, attorney and legal analyst. Great to have you on, John. So, yeah, there was this back and forth that take place today, and what are the odds that we see this going forward with the prosecution getting part of their team eliminated here?
Right. Well, thanks for having me. I think it's a slim chance that a judge will kick off the district attorney's office. What the defense is doing is saying there's some, it's not misconduct they're alleging, but they're saying there's like structural unfairness because apparently the adult child of one of the prosecutors in the office was at the Charlie Kirk murder scene. Now, the questions are going to be, is that prosecutor, the father, the parent, the mother, whoever it is that person directly involved in the prosecution? Are they making any decisions about charging and about strategy, things like that? The defense has a real hard battle here. It's very unlikely that a judge will disqualify the entire office. Something that could happen is they could set up a barrier, literally, not an actual barrier, but to say that prosecutor can't participate in the case. They can put other things in place so that there's no interaction. It's something the defense has to do, otherwise they could be accused of ineffective assistance of counsel. It's very rare, though, for a court to say an entire DA's office is going to be disqualified because the adult child of one of the prosecutors was a potential witness. It would be different, though, if that child, probably an adult, if that person had some direct involvement. Were they an eyewitness, a direct eyewitness? Do they have information? Are they going to be called at trial? So those are the things the court's going to consider. But at the end of the day, unlikely that the DA's office will be disqualified.
Okay, now I also want to talk about defenses also trying to get, for when the trial happens, the defense team does not want to have the video of the assassination to be part of the evidence. What do you think the odds of that happening are?
Again, I think it's an uphill battle for the defense. I mean, this is direct evidence. They want to keep it out, obvious reasons. It's from their view, it's inflammatory, it's unnecessary. They don't want a jury to be moved by that. But on the other hand, the prosecution's going to say, well, that happened. This is what it was. This is what it looked like. It may be graphic, but this is the reality of the Charlie Kirk assassination. So another uphill battle for the defense, but they have to play these cards, otherwise they're not doing their job.
And then they're also, they want to have limited video of Tyler in court. Even today we were learning they want to have limited photos, not just video, but photos of Tyler while he is in the courtroom there. Tell me just a little bit of the reasoning why the defense team wants that not to be out there. I mean, he's not in an orange jumpsuit. He's in regular plain clothes. So why not want those images of Tyler out there?
Well, the conventional wisdom on the defense side will be, well, we want to make sure he has a fair trial. We don't want this inflaming anybody. Pre-trial, you don't want jurors to have some kind of preconceived idea. So the defense strategy is pretty normal in a case like this. They want the least amount of images and video and still images out there pre-trial, and then during the trial they don't want any attention. They don't want any video or still photos taken of him. I mean, from their perspective, you can understand it. They're doing everything they can to push back, but again, at the end of the day, the judge is not going to grant everything that they're asking for.
And then lastly, for the prosecution, in order to get this death penalty conviction, they're going to have to show that there was aggravating factors here to this crime. And it would seem to suggest, I mean, the video showcasing that would be able to show just how horrible of an imagery this was.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's one of the reasons the defense is pushing back, because, a lot of people have seen that video and it's horrifying. I mean, it's absolutely horrifying. So the defense doing their job, trying to limit as much exposure as they can. They don't want that being not only a part of the trial, but they're trying to argue that they're trying to save him from the death penalty. If they can save him from the death penalty, that's the biggest win that they will get.
Yeah, and we'll see how it continues to shake out. They'll be back in court a little bit later this month. But, John, we always appreciate the info and analysis right here on Live Now.
Good to see you. Thank you.
In the meantime, we are continuing to follow the big story out of Tucson, Arizona. The search for Savannah Guthrie's mom continues. Earlier today, there was a news conference, the Pima County Sheriff holding another update. During that news conference, though, not a lot of news was made. In fact, not much was learned of the investigation. But right about an hour after this news conference, new reporting started to come out, including from TMZ right here. They received an unverified ransom note today demanding a substantial amount for the return of Today anchor Savannah Guthrie's missing mom, Nancy. We have since contacted law enforcement. Story was developing and continues at this hour. So I want to go right now out to TMZ. TMZ's Michael Babcock joining us here with the latest. And Michael, this is a huge development. What do we know right now, and how are you guys working the story?
Hey, Mike, thank you for having me. Yeah, it was about mid-morning this morning when we get an email to our TMZ tip email box that, again, essentially says, look, we're the people behind this, behind the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, and we are demanding what was a large sum of money, Mike. Now, it wasn't to be paid in U.S. currency, but instead in cryptocurrency, in Bitcoin. Now, whether or not the letter is a joke, bad, cruel joke from somebody, or it's legitimate, that obviously is now for law enforcement to try and figure out and determine. We, upon receiving this, immediately turned it over to them, as the state and local and the federal authorities obviously do everything they can to find her, Mike. But so you had the demand for the large sum of money to be paid in Bitcoin. By the way, included was an address that is an actual Bitcoin address on the blockchain. And there were a couple of items around the home, Mike, that were noted, that were brought up in this email, that potentially only the people responsible for taking Nancy Guthrie might know. So those were the two real big things that stood out from this letter. And, obviously it's a story that has captivated the country as, again, they desperately try and find 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. So those key details of something inside the home, though, that really only family members would know about, that's pretty key right there. Michael, when this happened at TMZ today, I mean, what is going on in the newsroom? How fast are you guys talking about it to send it to authorities?
Yeah, immediately, Mike. I think it's, look, obviously you do this day in, day out, and some stories are bigger than others, but this was a unique situation. I think, I've been 12 and a half years or so here, and I can't remember ever having anything even similar to that happening. So you look at it and you sort of do a double take, and then immediately phone calls are made to the authorities, and everything is handed over to them that needs to be handed over. And then at that point you say, okay, all right, now is this something that we talk about, don't talk about? And obviously now here we are. But yeah, I think just shock and real surprise that you're reading what you're reading, Mike.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And, as we continue to look for more details, and really the family of the Guthries still holding out extreme hope during this very difficult time. But as the hours go on, is the thinking here more that this was not a random 84-year-old abduction, that this had something to do with Savannah because of maybe the money she makes or the national exposure that she has on TV? I mean, what is the thinking here?
Right. Yeah. No, I think I think that's a great point, Mike. And I'm not sure if that indicates that it is or was something that was targeted. It's just a strange situation. I mean, just to have an 84-year-old kidnapped, and at least, again, if we assume for a second that email is not, in fact, something legitimate, why? Why was this seemingly done? And there were still so many unanswered questions. She goes to dinner, Nancy does, Saturday night with her daughter. Everything is fine, is normal from all accounts, and then does not show up for church on Sunday morning. And people around her and people at, in the congregation saying something doesn't seem right here, and phone calls are then made, and obviously then police are alerted. It's such a weird and strange case, Mike. And again, I think just still more unanswered questions than we have answers, unfortunately.
Yeah, really, really is, Michael. And last question here. When the authorities were told about this, did they have any inclination? Were they caught off guard? Were they surprised by this? Or was it just business as usual?
Yeah, I don't think, and I didn't make the call myself, so I unfortunately wouldn't be able to speak to, what the tone was. But from what I know from just being in the room here when the call was made, I think it was a very matter of fact. But I will say, not something I think that they brushed off, Mike, as, oh, hey, this is probably bogus. I think they took it very seriously and have then taken steps to kind of try and track down where this might have come from.
Yeah, no doubt. Michael Babcock, thanks so much for joining us. Always key details and this new development continuing to be investigated. We appreciate it, as always, right here on Live Now.
Thank you for having me, Mike. Appreciate it.
Take care, Mike. All right, everyone. We do want to show you what Pima County Sheriff's Department put out just after that reporting did come out of the possible ransom notes. Pima County is saying, we are aware of reports circulating about possible ransom notes or notes regarding the investigation into Nancy Guthrie. We are taking all tips and leads very seriously. Anything that comes in goes directly to our detectives who are coordinating with the FBI. We encourage anyone who may have had any information or tips to share them via this QR code, and then you can see it right there on the screen. So we will definitely continue to follow every step here on Live Now from Fox. As the new updates come, we will pass that along to you right here on Live Now. We do want to take a 2-minute break. We will be back with more in moments.
I'm Andy Mack now here in the anchor chair as we continue to follow some of the top headlines from around the world as a U.S. Navy fighter jet shot down an Iranian drone that was approaching the aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham in the Arabian Sea. This according to the U.S. Central Command earlier today, threatening to ramp up tensions between the Trump administration as they warn of possible military action to get Iran to the negotiating table. For more on this, let's go out right now to Jillian Turner with this report.
Negotiating with them right now.
Earlier today, 2 alarming military provocations by Iranian forces. U.S. CENTCOM reports destroying an Iranian drone as it approached a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier with unclear intent. An F-35C fighter jet from Abraham Lincoln shot down the Iranian drone in self-defense and to protect the aircraft carrier and personnel on board. Shortly after that incident, Iranian forces harassed a U.S. commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz, even threatening to board the vessel. Tehran also making an 11th-hour gambit tonight to move Friday's nuclear talks from Turkey to Oman and drop Arab nation participants and negotiate directly with the Trump administration alone.
They had a chance to do something a while ago and it didn't work out, and we did Midnight Hammer. I don't think they want that happening again, but they would like to negotiate.
These latest moves differ starkly from the regime's tone overnight when President Pezeshkian posted, "I've instructed my Minister of Foreign Affairs to pursue fair and equitable negotiations guided by the principles of dignity, prudence, and expediency." Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today to prep for Friday. His office says the Prime Minister made clear his position that Iran has proven time and again that its assurances cannot be trusted. At least one Republican senator agrees with that assessment.
That regime has clearly demonstrated that they don't respond to threats, only to significant pressures.
The regime's demands to change up the Friday talks, as well as today's military maneuvers, increase the risk of some ultimate kind of military confrontation. Officials here are busy worrying about one small misstep resulting in a full-blown regional war. At the State Department, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
All right, potentially one small misstep averted today as the drone aggressively approached that aircraft carrier with unclear intent. We're going to be joined right now by retired Major General Randy Manner. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, sir. And obviously, this happened there kind of near the Strait of Hormuz. But what do you make of this development?
This is something where the Aircraft Carrier Task Force was fully within its rights to protect itself. It is my hypothesis that this was a mistake by the Iranians, that they quite frankly just flew too close, and that's the consequence of it. If they had tried something much more significant with a higher number of drones, that would have been perhaps a true threat to them. In this particular case, the captain on the seas made the right call and ordered the F-35 to down that drone. So this is completely normal and I do not think this is going to escalate because of this event alone.
Yeah, potentially flying a little bit too close to the sun, the USS Abraham Lincoln, that is. And of course, they say it was aggressively approached. You say it was potentially too close. When they say that, what do they mean?
That means that it's within the outer perimeter of the zone of air defense for that aircraft carrier task force. And I don't know what the exact number of miles is, but it's a considerable distance. Because remember, jet aircraft can move very, very fast over a short distance. So I'm sure it extends for well over 100 miles out, if not far more. The important thing is, I think the Iranian drone operator made a mistake. It was dealt with, and I think that's going to be the end of it. I think that what they did with the motor vessel Stena Imperative about harassing it and telling it to be prepared to be boarded was obviously offset because the tanker basically just accelerated, and the Aegis guided missile destroyer USS McFall showed up, and there was going to be no issue about it proceeding peaceably onward for its mission. So again, this is something where the United States military is very well trained, and they're doing the right thing to protect themselves as they await further orders.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that strike carrier group, it's not necessarily the closest in proximity. The USS Abraham Lincoln signaling about 500 miles into that Arabian Sea. The Shahed 139 drone was shot down by that F-35C. In terms of the drone that was out there? You mentioned that if it was a magnitude multiple drones, that it might be seen as more aggressive. What's the potential capability of an isolated, a single drone? What's the capability of it?
It's very limited, actually, although it's important to know that if a drone with the right armaments was to get through, it could cause significant harm to the aircraft carrier or to its support ships. So it's important that no foreign aircraft drones get within that distance, and the Navy, as it should, takes its security extremely seriously. They're not going to endanger U.S. lives that are on the open ocean in that manner. It's not going to happen. So they were very prudent. They did the right thing. Remember that if we're talking about the Chinese with Taiwan, that could be something where they would not be sending one drone, not a dozen drones, but perhaps hundreds of drones after a carrier task force. This is not what happened. I think this truly was an error by the Iranians, and I believe that will not be a cause for direct escalation on this event.
And of course, we also heard from Press Secretary with the White House, Caroline Leavitt, talking about this and saying, quote, President Trump is always wanting to pursue diplomacy first. Obviously, it takes two to tango. This, as you said, alluded to, this does not throw off anything that we're expecting later on this week with some of those negotiations. This is a moot point, correct, you feel?
I believe so. I believe the most important thing is to continue to negotiate and negotiate from a position of strength. And I do agree, by the way, with many of the other reporters that you've had on, that the Iranians have not always been accountable for what they say they're going to do. So I think it's important that we position ourselves from a position of strength, and then we'll see what the president and the administration decide to do based on the negotiations with the Iranians.
And we've seen over last summer, obviously, some of these locations, these air bases, Al Udeid. We saw the Strait of Hormuz after those strikes on the Iranian nuclear sites, and obviously moving forward with this negotiating table, this posture of strength, the U.S. Abraham Lincoln, the strike carrier group in that region. Is Iran handling this? Are they aware of this? And is this enough to potentially get this negotiating table, these negotiations moving forward?
So first of all, the Iranians know exactly what's off their coast. They don't know exactly where it is. That could have been the reason they were sending out that drone, to be able to search. It's something where they know what's out there. They don't know exactly what it could be, where it is exactly. I think it's very important that we continue to be able to, as I said before, speak from a position of military strength while we are negotiating. That is what is very, very important for our country, not only for here, but elsewhere in the world as well.
Is there any other type of signals from Iran that you need to be aware of or that you're watching? Because obviously this might be a one-off, but you don't want to be caught with that misstep. You don't want to be caught oblivious to this. Is there anything else you're looking for in terms of signals from Iran about what could happen next?
This is going to be something that's really going to be the purview of the NSA, examining the preparation for the air defenses, looking at the various missile sites and seeing what state of readiness that they are in terms of defensive operations or offensive operations against U.S. interests in the region, as well as, of course, with Israel. So this is all about intelligence gathering to ensure we have an accurate look at what their weapons postures are.
Yeah.
That way, if we have to be, that's a different story.
That is very true. All right, retired Major General, thank you so much. I appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. Your insight is obviously invaluable. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Nobody on planet Earth maybe has had a bigger week than Bad Bunny, as on Sunday he made history taking home Album of the Year at the Grammys, and then coming up just 7 short days later, he will headline the Super Bowl 60 halftime show, and it was the first time an all Spanish language album earned the honor in Los Angeles, and you can see this from the Associated Press. Bad Bunny won Album of the Year at the Grammys, closing out a surprising and history-making night. It's the first time Spanish-language album has taken home that top prize. And the victory lap, much earned, will be in Santa Clara, California, watched by millions of people. The rapper from Puerto Rico, though, has been a lightning rod of sorts. Let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox and bring into the conversation, friend of the program, AP Entertainment reporter Jonathan Landrum Jr. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And obviously, Bad Bunny, it is an honor for him to win the Album of the Year, making history. What did we witness on Sunday?
First off, I want to say thank you, Andy, for having me back.
Yep.
It's a pleasure to chat with you and to talk about just this really great, tremendous moment when it comes to Bad Bunny and just his historic night. I was there at the Grammys. I was backstage and was able to witness all of this and just to be amongst the entire energy of the room, even in the press room. People applauded, which, that rarely happens. But it was so much of an enjoyous moment for Bad Bunny because it was just special for him, and not just for him, but also for his own culture, for Puerto Rico, and the many voices that he stands on. He's a man of the people, and people really rally behind him.
Yeah, that is so very true. Obviously, I love the moment that he had, really sensing what he accomplished in that moment. Obviously, put his hand over his head and obviously getting the ovation he did from some of his peers as well. But Bad Bunny has been a lightning rod, and he will perform at the halftime show. Roger Goodell commended him on being one of the world's best artists right now, noting that win at the Grammys. But he also said that he is not shying away from this selection at the State of the League. I do want to play this from the commish just here a day ago.
On your second question, I think everybody would want to listen. Bad Bunny and I think that was demonstrated last night, one of the great artists in the world. And that's one of the reasons we chose him. But the other reason is he understood the platform he was on, and that this platform is used to unite people and to be able to bring people together with their creativity, with their talents, and to be able to use this moment to do that. And I think artists in the past have done that. I think Bad Bunny understands that, and I think he'll have a great performance.
And that was from the commissioner, Roger Goodell. And of course, the rapper publicly spoke out against ICE during his acceptance speech at the 2026 Grammys. Roger Goodell alluding to some unifying performances. Is that what we're potentially going to get? Is that the sense you have of what Bad Bunny is going to perform like on Sunday?
Here's the thing with Bad Bunny. He's always led with identity and pride when it comes to Puerto Rico. So when he speaks on immigration, it's not random. It's consistent with who he is. Whether people agree with him or not, he understands the size of his platform. And when you're performing for 100+ million viewers, which will take place on Sunday, that platform really grows.
Yeah, that is so very true. And of course, last year we were talking about it with Kendrick Lamar, his beef with Drake. How would he handle that moment? How do you think Bad Bunny will handle this moment with you, like you said, millions of eyes on him?
You know what? The way I view Bad Bunny, he is cool as a cucumber. It seems like he is made for this platform. It seems like he's ready for it and he's embracing it. And, I love that when it comes to any type of music artist. Here's one thing, though, Andy. What's interesting to me is about timing. You don't usually see someone who wins Album of the Year and then headline the Super Bowl a week later. Kendrick, he was able to have a really huge night at the Grammys last year. And that really kind of led into his Super Bowl performance. But that's very rare. That's two of the biggest stages on American entertainment back to back. That tells you that Bad Bunny isn't just a music star; he's a cultural force.
Yeah, and obviously he's been everywhere. He was in Happy Gilmore too. We've seen him on Saturday Night Live so many times, obviously making people laugh. So just his versatility, his range as an artist is something to behold. And away from some of the controversy, we did see Kendrick Lamar, and what a performance it was with so many different elements, because these artists, these performers have their hands on so many different buttons. What do we expect in terms of this? Because it is going to be tough shoes to fill to have this grand experience for Bad Bunny and this performance. Obviously, all Spanish, so something interesting there. How does his performance make it unique?
I think with Kendrick, he was able to tell his own story when it comes to Black identity. And I feel like with this one, with Bad Bunny, he's able to tell a different story when it comes to his Puerto Rican identity as well. And I feel like, yes, it may sound very similar, but it's two totally completely different things, two totally completely different stories. And, as you say, Andy, I mean, a fully Spanish language album winning album of the year, it really just kind of shifts that mainstream audience that will engage in global music. I mean, I've spoken to plenty of people, numerous people who are unable to speak Spanish at all, but they are looking forward to his show. They're looking to his performance, and they told me, many people have told me that they will be dancing. They will be dancing in their shoes, either at the stadium or afar, and they will vibe out to Bad Bunny songs because they love him and they love him as an artist. They really enjoy listening to what he is about, and so I think his music will really translate. Even though some are, they might have a hard time speaking Spanish or understanding Spanish fully and completely. But when you step back and you see what Bad Bunny is all about, which I said before is about identity and his own culture and being very much prideful about it, then I think people will very much get the picture.
Yeah, I think he might lose some fans, but being in front of his audience, he also might gain some fans. So the offset might be in favor of Bad Bunny after this, even if they can't understand the language. And even some songs, popular songs, you can't always understand the lyrics. So it being in a different language might be kind of moot in that point. Let's take us back a couple days, because you were in the room, you were in the green room, you were behind the scenes there at the Grammys, and there were plenty of other moments to talk about. Justin Bieber nearly naked. There was Cher and that. Obviously misstep by her. What else stood out to you about that big night in Hollywood?
I think Kendrick. Well, we bring it back to Kendrick. He set the record for the most Grammys won by a rapper, and I think that is a tremendous feat. He surpassed Jay-Z when it came to that. But I think that was a big moment. Even for him, I mean, with GNX, that album, I mean, that was the last time we spoke. We were talking about GNX.
Yeah.
And so the album was released a little more than a year ago, and it was still relevant just a few nights ago. So that was really big. And I feel like the music community, it really came together when when many of the artists, they spoke out. They spoke out against, I guess when it came to immigration, many spoke on ICE and the displeasure with ICE. Kalani, she was very vocal in the pre-telecast show. Billie Eilish. You had several people throughout the night. SZA, she gave her remarks on the matter. But it seemed like collectively it was a night where musically, I guess many from the music community, they really kind of band together, and they really stood on business. And of course, Cher too. I feel like that was a funny part of the night that kind of took a lot of people aback. But I think Kendrick, he handled that very well with the whole Luther Vandross
I agree.
kind of deal. But yeah.
And as you mentioned, the last time we really spoke was about that album coming out with Kendrick, and obviously it being a year ago, it still resonates a year later, really speaks to what it did and its impact on so many people. Another point of it, and there were 18 or 19 performances at the Grammys, but a lot of new faces and names that people aren't familiar with. Did you appreciate that, how they embrace some of the younger stars, some of the people that aren't always in the spotlight? Did you like that fact?
Absolutely. And I guess it is very much a testament to Harvey Mason Jr., to what he has done there at the Recording Academy. His whole initiative, and I remember I spoke to Harvey when he first got the position, and he wanted to make change. He wanted to create change, and he wanted to gain respectability. When it came to the Recording Academy, and being able to award and recognize a lot of these different artists who are creating positive waves. And so, for me, being able to see a lot of the newer artists, a lot of fresh faces being recognized, that goes right back to Harvey, and not just Harvey, but just also the Recording Academy, and then also the members who are voting as well, and them having a say.
It's just incredible to see how much talent is out there and how many different kind of sounds, tones are out there. And obviously headlining it all, headlining the Super Bowl, Bad Bunny, and his unique flavor that obviously so many people love. Jonathan, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Enjoy San Francisco. Enjoy the Super Bowl. I know you'll be there this week covering all the festivities and then the game on Sunday. Thanks again.
Absolutely. It should be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Talk soon.
We'll talk again soon. All right, great conversation there with Jonathan Landrum Jr. from the Associated Press about what to expect, the Grammys, and then 7 days later, a Super Bowl. Rarely, if ever, you see that happen in big time. So, obviously, this will be the site of the game, Levi Stadium for Super Bowl 60, and we'll see what kind of tone Bad Bunny has. We heard from Seattle Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold saying he wished he could almost go out and see of this performance, but he will obviously be gearing up, making some adjustments at halftime to try to lift the Lombardi Trophy. And of course, we are also following the latest on all of this. Fox News reporting that, for the record, the NFL ended weeks of speculation on Tuesday about potential ICE operations taking place at the Super Bowl this weekend. The league's chief of security and federal agents will not be carrying out immigration enforcement operations at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara on California on Sunday. So we'll see what happens. And obviously, Bad Bunny at the center of this, a vocal critic there of some of those immigration enforcement operations there, speaking out at the Grammys about it as well. and we heard from different neighbors even as soon as yesterday saying they didn't even know that Nancy Guthrie related to Savannah Guthrie, the notable NBC Today Show host. So obviously continuing to search for answers at the Pima County Sheriff, asking other resources to provide help in this. And we're getting potentially bits of information, uncorroborated notes about a potential ransom note. And that would potentially also lead you to believe that this was targeted. We're hearing from TMZ right now about this indication here on Live Now from Fox as TMZ has received an unverified ransom note today demanding a substantial amount for the return of Today's Show anchor Savannah Guthrie's missing mother, Nancy. We have since contacted law enforcement. This is a very developing story, and the Pima County Sheriff, they are also responding to what's going on, saying they have read some of these reports. They are aware of these circulating possible ransom notes regarding the investigation. They're saying all tips lead very seriously. Anything comes in goes directly to our detectives who are coordinating with the FBI. Let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox and discuss more of this because obviously very gripping and very high profile. We're joined right now by Maureen O'Connell, retired former FBI special agent. Maureen, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And this is an unverified report, a ransom note that TMZ apparently got their hands on. In terms of this, what do you make of this most recent development? How big of a break might this be?
This might be the break they've been waiting for, or it might be a hoax. Until the entire thing is run to ground, my understanding is it was an email, and they did describe what she was wearing when she went missing, which is very problematic, but also gives us a little bit of hope in a situation where there really isn't much hope. When someone gets their, an elderly, innocent, loving person gets her home broken into between 1 and 4 a.m., it's not a good situation. And it's a very frightening one for everyone, especially her and her family. So to have some glimmer of hope is something that we've all been praying for. Yeah, it's been a long time, though, since this thing happened. So, we're running up against the clock big time.
Yeah, they're holding out hope, holding their breath to hope this Nancy Guthrie is returned home safely. In terms of this unverified ransom note, how do authorities, how do the FBI, Pima County Sheriff, how do they corroborate that this is real?
Well, they're going to run down the IP address. They're going to find out exactly where that came from. They're going to see if there are any telephones or any other devices that are tied to that particular location. There also, there are essentially 25 different investigations all happening at once right now. And there's different units with different specialties and niche specialties, and they're all getting after it, as we say. They're doing everything they can and pouring everything into it. A lot of these things will take time. The DNA analysis, once they put that DNA that they have into CODIS and it doesn't pop out with a person it's connected to, then they've got to go start, from scratch and go with forensic genealogy, which is going to take a lot of time and looking up records and understanding who the grandparents are. And it's a whole big rigmarole. With regard to that blood evidence, if you consider the fact that the offender was likely a young male and, Mrs. Guthrie was an 84-year-old female in poor health with limited mobility, the chances are that's her blood. And I saw photos of that blood today. I actually saw the images that were sent to me from people that are on scene. And it's not good. It's just so many people I know that are just lifelong law enforcement officers, lifetime homicide detectives. It's a flummoxing situation that we have here. And we're all just trying to bring her home if we can.
Yeah, and Pima County Sheriff said earlier today on Live Now from Fox that they were, quote, stumped by this. And he also was asked during that press conference if there was potentially one person, more than one person involved in this. And he said, quote, I have no clue about that. Back to the ransom note, because obviously there is a money value, and it potentially, as this person or this unverified ransom note says, about millions, potentially of dollars in Bitcoin. Does that track with anything that stands out to you? Would that be normal?
Well,
To me, that would be more like, I want to know exactly when they received that ransom note, and I'll tell you why. Because if they just received it today, then someone has spent the last 48 hours trying to figure out how can we extract money out of this, and not get caught. And so they probably thought Bitcoin was the best. However, if this ransom note came within 10 hours of her going missing, that was part of the plan from the beginning, and that could really unfold in a way that might be okay for her.
Would there be any reason for the police not to say there was a ransom note? It feels like everyone is eager for any sort of information to grasp onto, to have some sense of hope. Is there any reason that the police wouldn't say that this is verified?
Well, until it is verified, you can't say it is verified. And to verify this, you have to do a number of different things. Like I said, the IP address. Let's check that Bitcoin. Who are our Bitcoin experts? We've got them. Let's employ them. Let's see what they say. What are the vulnerabilities here? Can we do this and trace this? Is there a way for us to figure out who, in fact, takes possession of this money, and how do we track it? There's just a lot of things that have to happen before they say yes. Well, first of all, the number one thing in any ransom note or any ransom situation is proof of life. We're not going to give you any money unless you prove to us that A, you in fact have Nancy, and B, she is alive. So until those two things happen, this isn't verified. Without proof of life, I wouldn't consider it verified.
That is a very, very good point. I want to ask you, because you brought it up as well, in this ransom note, there are some details that potentially are alluded to that might give authorities a sense that this person is real, that they were aware of the surroundings, the potential outfit of Nancy Guthrie when potentially this all went down. What do you make of that? Could police grasp onto that? Are they trying to corroborate that?
Well, they're definitely corroborating that with the family members. Is this what your mom wore? Or did she wear that all the time? And maybe the delivery person that, I'm just guessing, delivers her groceries once or twice a week, and she allows him to come into the kitchen to drop the grocery bags off on the counter. Maybe there was a time when he saw her in a robe with a nightgown under it. He's the one that, there's just too many, it can't be the only thing we hang our hat on. Like if you said she was an elderly lady wearing a, what I thought was a light pink nightgown. Well, there's a lot of elderly ladies that wear light pink nightgowns. So how specific is the information? How close does it match with what, in fact, they know her to wear to sleep? And, is the nightgown that matches that still there, or is it gone? There's just a number of steps to take before law enforcement can't just jump the gun on this. We can't. We have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, but urgency obviously very key as well. And you mentioned potentially some of the blood, as the sheriff didn't want to get into, didn't really have a comment on there, but also potential video around this. How crucial could video be, and how are they trying to piece it together with this digital evidence?
You mean the video of the bloodstains?
Well, the video potentially of a doorbell or of a neighbor with Ring sort of camera. How crucial could that be, and how are they trying to fit this puzzle together?
That could be the most crucial piece of all the evidence that we have so far. Because as I said before, that blood, my guess, is going to be Nancy's blood. And if the person had a mask on and gloves, they're just leaving trace DNA as a general rule. But if they did, in fact, rip off that camera and pull it out of the casing on the side of the house or on the front of the house, then there may be something there. Because if they're wearing cloth gloves, there's usually a lot more DNA on that than there would be if they carefully put on latex gloves. The information, the fact that they don't have access to those cameras is problematic, but not surprising to me, as I have a security company and it's part of what we do. And oftentimes people get cameras in and they don't even look at them. They don't even remember how to access them. And if that's the case, it's going to take some expert analysis in order to get that information off. I'm actually surprised they haven't gotten that far.
Yeah, or haven't told the public that they've gotten that far as of yet in terms of this. And you mentioned that this is perplexing. This is obviously so very difficult for law enforcement to grasp what's going on right now, the lack of leads. What other information, Maureen, are you hoping to get? What do you hope to come in the next 24 hours that might give you hope?
I don't know that there is a lack of leads. They may have a lot. I'm sure they have a lot more leads than they're letting us know about, and they shouldn't let us know about it because there's all kinds of information that only the offender will know. And if you put that information out there, then every inmate and his buddy that's trying to work a better deal with the police is going to try to work that better deal. Oh, my cellmate said this, that, and the other thing, and it all matches up with what we said. Now you got a problem. You got a bunch of problems. We don't want that. You got to keep it close to the vest.